deputy operation.
Deputy Ops, Division Papa. What's the excavator's E number?
696 E696.
Division Papa, Branch 5, command. Branch 5, Division Papa, actual, go ahead.
Hey, if that excavator has rubber skids on it, please advise me when you're done. I may need it.
Papa, copy.
Operations, Victor Training.
Go for operations.
Information, Dozer E407 has been reassigned to Division Yankee.
E407 to Yankee. Deputy operations on V1, command.
Resource trying to reach deputy operations, repeat.
Deputy Ops, this is operations. You copy?
Scratchy but readable.
For those resources that are going to Yankee with the location or Zulu is Entrada, E-N-T-R-A-D-A, Entrada Road, and Colina Drive, C-O-L-I-N-A Drive.
How are you doing, everybody?
Intersections where they need to go to report.
How are we doing, you guys?
Operations is coming into Scratchy. We've given a marching orders to get into the area and contact Yankee on command.
Everybody checking into the stream. Good afternoon.
Copy. Thank you.
Got the coffee. Not too many streams up right now of the fires in general, in terms of video, but someone's got to do it. We got to cover this. Give information out.
Deputy IC, operations on command.
How we doing, Todsley? How we doing, you guys? The best information we're gonna get is from the scanner, from the flight radar, the latest updates on watch duty, and we're gonna have to just cover it ourselves.
Division Papa.
How we doing? What up, Andy?
Command.
Seems like a lot of the LA news places are down right now, or down today, which is, I don't know if that's gonna be a good thing.
Division Papa, go ahead.
Because the winds are gonna be picking up.
Your second excavator has arrived as well. You have a reporting location?
There's going to be dangerous winds coming. There's some concern for that.
Deputy IC, Division Pop. I'd like the operators to meet at drop point 70, face to face.
What up, Optimus?
Confirming E696 was in the area of Tuna Canyon or La Tuna Canyon. I'm in the area so far. You deal.
We got the
stand by, we're calling them now.
We got the scanner in the background for the Palisades fire. All right, so the latest.
Just confirming drop point 7070.
latest situation: California fires. Los Angeles prepared for severe winds expected in the coming days. And this was just posted. So
okay, we're going to reroute the lost excavator to drop point 70 as well.
Getting the fire dozers and the excavators in spot. Shout out to the firefighters also that have been out there on foot. I know we've been amazed by the air attack, rightfully so, and seeing these fires put out with the helicopters and the DC-10 yesterday that was flying super low, but the firefighters on the ground too. Mexico brought firefighters. Shout out to the Mexican firefighters out there. All the LA firefighters, the Utah firefighters, Arizona firefighters. I think Nevada sent some. They're coming from all over. All right, so again, severe winds are expected in the coming days. That is the concern, but at least at this point, we're seeing some percentages of these fires put out, which I'll give you guys that full update here in a second. The other thing is the death toll has risen to 16 people. So we're at 16 people have been killed so far. Night
Mandeville Structure Group.
We're still in Mandeville Canyon from yesterday. That's what we covered yesterday on stream, was the fires in Mandeville. Death toll is expected to rise, as we've expected. I mean, these are the biggest fires in LA County, period. So that is expected to rise. Stronger winds threaten further destruction, officials warn. 3 fires still burning. More than 150,000 people remain under evacuation warning. With the 2 biggest wildfires in LA still less than 30% contained, which let's just do that right now quick then. I'll tell you guys the full details here. So the Palisades fires at 23,713 acres. It's at 11% contained, but I mean, that's 11% after, what are we on? Is it day 6 now? Day 6, and they're doing everything they can. I mean, we watch the air attack, the ground attack. They're doing everything, and this fire is just so massive, and the weather conditions have just been against the firefighters. I mean, the wind died down, so that way they can get air attack in the air, that's what caused the biggest spread. Was the first day they weren't able to put any resources in the sky because of the winds. The Santa Ana winds are terrible. And so, I mean, that has been what they've been battling, and also just the dry conditions. They haven't had rain in 8 months. I think 8 months, right, SoCal? I have people from Southern California in the chat. Welcome, of course. But it's been a significant amount of time, so it's super dry. It is super, super dry there. So it's just the worst possible conditions to fight this fire. Like, nothing is going the firefighters' way, except for, again, the ability to be in the air. But the concern now is that the winds are going to be picking up. Stronger winds are. So, and also, again, on day 6, it's only 11% contained because of how big this thing is and the amount of directions it's changed. And it's up in these hills. Man, it's like they have to have the air attack, which they can only use during the daytime. They can't use it at night. And then at night, they're just out there dropping buckets of water with the helicopters. And those have special helicopters for nighttime operations too. So it's like every possible way they're trying to fight this fire. But that should tell you how significant it is, because after 6 days, it's only 11% contained, right? So they're still going at it. The good news, the Eaton fire, it's nearly 30%, right? A good threshold we learned yesterday from the officials was 35%. If the fire's at 35%, that's like a good threshold to be at. I know it's not complete, but that's like when it's like, okay, some of the fire's static or it's not advancing any further, and resources can then be diverted to the Palisades fire, because that one is still the biggest one and the least contained. So the Eaton fire is at 14,117 acres, 27% containment. Again, 27% contained. Then I'll go through each of the individual updates, each fire, and the latest news here. The Hurst fire is 89% contained. So this one's like almost completely, everything's complete. So all these resources here can be used for Palisades.
Because with the structured defense groups, we might have to put them in a structured defense group for tomorrow.
Almost 800 acres, 89% contained. It's still active, but it's really good to see that 89% containment on the Hurst fire.
Does an identifier that if we need him, we can call him?
Radio fire is 100% contained.
No, I'll grab it, his personal information, and be able to reach him.
Okay, they're just intercom. So 100% containment, nearly 400 acres, but really good to see that that is completely contained now. So that one's done. Hurst fires at 89%. That'll likely be contained by the end of today. The Eaton fires at, I bet they're trying their best right now to get it to that 35% threshold today, by the end of today at least. That way more resources can be used here, because again, the Palisades fire is only at 11. Okay, this got put out 6 minutes ago. Oh, good. Stream started at a perfect time. We just got this update then about the size and the containment. So that's good. Just put out 6 minutes ago. Perfect timing. Put out an incident briefing, about a half hour. Yeah, we can see what's going on. We had a press conference earlier. Mayor Bass and city officials. Yeah, that's an hour. Okay, we're good. We'll wait for the next one. About 5 hours ago, the fire. Okay, so we have the latest updates right now as of 6 minutes ago. Those are old numbers now. Let me see here. Let's pull up the evacuation map. A 3D map so you guys can see the evacuation warning zones. It's still right along the 405. Why am I? Oh, this map moves differently. Okay, it's right along this 405 still. Still in the northern part of Santa Monica. Still have warnings. You go full screen. Evacuation order still remains all up in the hills. If you have a structure in those hills, it's under warning, or order rather, sorry, order. But also this is where the fire has affected. The orange is where the fire has spread to and has affected, and then everything in the red is where it's threatening. So yesterday it definitely did spread all the way through Mandeville Canyon. Yesterday it was only about to here, so it continued to spread. Firefighters are able to keep it away from some structures. Here's that one of the houses we saw go in flames yesterday. This is updated. That should show you though. I mean, this is where the fire is affected. Look at the devastation in these neighborhoods. All through Pacific Palisades, all through Altadena, and the Eaton fire. It's over here. Which I have some video we're gonna go through too until we start getting some live footage. There's like foxes up there, but they're doing other stuff too. Unless you guys know some feeds that I should get to, or you have some sky feeds, but I don't think they're up in the sky right now.
Operations branch 7 on command.
Turn it back up. Channel 5 did a video out there. I know some independents that have posted clips.
E698, I believe they just checked into staging or to the incident to Division Victor, Prep and Topanga Road, if possible. E698 to Victor.
Topanga Road's over here. That's along Pacific Coast Highway, so they're still trying to put out fires along Pacific Coast Highway.
Copy E69 to Victor, break. Deputy Ops Operations on command, V1.
This Palisades fire is a son of a gun. This is the biggest fire in LA history. This one alone, and I wonder what it is. Add on Eaton fire and the Hurst fire. This Eaton fire just destroyed Altadena. Just like the Palisades fires taken out the Pacific Palisades, almost all of it. There's still a section north of Santa Monica that it didn't touch. And then the serious parts of Pacific Coast Highway, south of Malibu, are just gone now. Like these are some of the most iconic places in California along the coastline. Some of them. There's many because California has many, but those are some of them. Yeah, let's pull up the flight radar. I almost forgot one resource. So you can see where the helicopters are and any air tankers in the sky. Perfect.
We have reports of a hot spot at 17350 Sunset Boulevard. 17350 Sunset Boulevard.
17350 Sunset. That's what I was saying. They're still fighting this along.
Copy. Who was the reporting party?
Along Pacific Coast Highway.
County Sheriff.
Robert.
They have a spot fire in here. That's wild that this is all still hot and burning. Right along the
operations on command.
right along this highway. But again, Pacific Coast Highway. If you've never been there, very iconic.
Operations branch 7. Branch 7, just confirming that number. E698.
What is
Correct.
it? It's the Edgewater Towers.
Thank you.
It's a condo. I was trying to figure out what it was. It's the condos back in there. You see, I don't think some of these, they take breaks every now and then. So I haven't seen an update from LA fire alerts. You guys been dropping videos in the Discord as well. We can check out some of the videos. I think we saw this one, the mobile home park, yesterday, CJ. Here we go. While we're listening. So this again, this is whose YouTube channel is this? Santa Monica Close Up. Because again, I don't think we have too many live feeds up right now, so we're gonna have to just look at through YouTube videos. At least the latest ones. And listen to the scanner. Not too many people are able to even get in there. Basically, if you got there after night one, I know independent journalists that are there, or people that have done videos, but going there now is just impossible. National Guard set up. They don't want anybody in there. You can see how the National Guard stationed. We saw them get deployed, but we never saw them like set up on the... We watched them literally. Who was in the stream? We saw them leave the gate, and then they were on the highway on their way to get set up, but we never got to see what that looked like.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, Fox News is running recycled video. I know. There's nobody. I don't think there's anything in the sky. Is ABC 7 in the sky? That's what people are interested in. They want to see the fire, and they want to see the where it is, and then the air attack. If it's not showing that, or if it's showing old footage, it's not really worth watching. I'd rather see these videos, because this will give us a better idea of like what's the latest here, what it looks like. Too windy? I don't know about... We can check the wind speeds. The concern... ABC 7 is in the sky, but they aren't showing it right now? Okay. Yep, I got CalFire 3D up. I just did a full rundown. I'll do a full update every hour, or at least every half hour if it gets worse here, like it's supposed to. Well, I'll do a 3D fire update, the incident map, we'll do all the latest. Plus, I have the scanner on. KCal News is reliable. Yes, they are. Yep, KCal's been one we've seen with the sky footage. The NBC one, the Fox one, all the local news has been doing great in the sky. This is the Santa Monica Close Up YouTube channel. Here's a link to their video. So you got to be escorted to your homes. Yeah, you can't even go in there.
Branch 5.
Wow. Wow, you have to wait in line to get to your house. Because of the looters and people that are going in these places and stealing things. That's why the National Guard's out there. That's got to be Ventura County. Their helicopters are yellow and with the blue as well. That's Los Angeles fire. That's Santa Monica fire? Okay.
Communications, Yankee. Logistical order.
Division Yankee, go ahead with your order.
In Communications Division, Yankee. I want to establish a drop point at the following Latin long. It's going to be off of Eagle Springs Fire Road at north 34 degrees 5.498, west negative 118 degrees 35.062. Break.
In here somewhere. So they're another, you say, resource point, collection point?
Logistical order to be delivered to that drop point as soon as possible. Contact is Division Yankee. 50 gallons of 50 to 1 saw fuel, 5 cases bar oil, 1 pallet drinking water, 2 cases of electrolyte mix.
So the firefighters that are up there getting some resources for the firemen.
Division Yankee, Palisades Communications copies your request for a drop point to be created at Eagle Springs Road.
They're going to do a helo drop.
Coordinates 34 degrees 5.498 by negative 118 degrees 35.062. Further, you would request supply drop of 50 gallons, 50 to 1 saw fuel, 5 cases bar oil, 1 pallet water, 2 cases electrolyte mix. To be delivered ASAP. You are the point of contact. I just need a phone number.
They're doing a helicopter drop for a little...
Good copy on all that. Communications phone number is going to be 909-693-2598.
It's because those firefighters are like deployed up there, basically. They're up there. I mean, how they need to get resources. They got to get water, electrolytes.
993-2598. Further, your order for this will be order number 56.
Order 56. All right.
I copy order number 56. Thank you.
Got to show ID where they live. Let me see here. Where's my flight radar? Pull this over. We're going to go in and out of some of this video. When you guys do see a live feed up, though, let me know in the chat. Just like get my attention. The live, I don't think there's many up right now or any. They might later. I don't know. They got an Army helicopter up there right now. National Guard helicopters in the sky. Velo Airlines. Got one there. What's this one? Oh, that's the Chinook. Okay. So they're still fighting this over the Mandeville Canyon. Mandeville Canyon is still a bastard. There's another one, Orbic Air. Because a lot of these helicopters we've been seeing flying multiple days in a row need to, I would assume, be grounded for maintenance. They can't just be up there infinitely. But this Chinook has been up there. Seen this one many times. There's no, I don't, again, if you guys see a live feed of it, but it's still up there. It's doing its thing. Let's see. Oops, sorry. Flying here. They're still grabbing out of the reservoir. Yep. So, oh, here's one. What is that? A Black Hawk? Whoa. They have a Black Hawk helicopter here. Some different aircraft being used today. They use that Encino Reservoir, right? They use this Encino Reservoir. Let me pull it up on the earth. And they grab water from here. They grab water from here, and then they go right back to the Mandeville Canyon still. Fires are still all through these hills. Wow. So a few different flights up there. Plus the Chinook we've been seeing. But I would bet that a lot of the county and city resources that have been up there for days need to be down for a while. If anything, to prep for if the winds are going to get worse as expected. It's this one. That's the Chinook. This one doesn't have a photo. That's the Black Hawk. It must be okay. What's over here? Private jets. Aspen helicopter. I don't know what this is used for. What a day not to know my helicopters. What is this one used for, chat? I have no idea. It's a different looking helicopter. Is it a private helicopter? Heed your warning. Urban. I'm waiting for a scout helicopter. Yeah, I've never seen that one. So we got some different ones up there today. It's for flying? Absolutely. Good point. For sure. I didn't think of that one. All right, so we'll keep an eye on they're in Mandeville Canyon still fighting. The fire was heading north towards Santa Maria in the hills. A lot of this is evacuated. The 405 is evacuated. And you think you can drive on that from Santa Monica up north towards like Encino Village. They're still all over that. There was a big air attack yesterday, but that means I'm hoping that a lot of that within the canyon closer to Santa Monica has been put out. It's looking like it as we look on our NASA firms map. It's pulled away from Santa Monica significantly here. Let's do the 7-day quick. 7 days. So all the way when it started, this was the fire Tuesday. Crazy work. Big blotches here, showing you how giant these fires were. And here it is now over the past 24 hours. You can see where it's traveled to. And it can still be seen on the satellite. So the fire is still being seen from space. Here is the Eaton fire. It's up into the hills towards Mount Wilson. So you can see how big the Palisades fire still is after 7 days. Went from this, right? Very big. It's still, it got smaller, but it's still sizable. Where are we at here? I'll do another rundown in 15 minutes. Let's go back to the Santa Monica close-up video so we can see like what it's looking like on the ground out there. And then I do have a couple independent journalists on X that I know that we can I can watch some clips with you guys. What's open comms? What's wrong? Hello, everybody. What up, Lisa? Everybody check in if you could. Fast forward through some of this. Okay, so they have to show their IDs, and then they get escorted. Do they have to get into the car? Wow. So if you live up in the hills in some places, the cop car takes you up there. It's the only way we're going to get to see what's happening on the ground right now. Hello, what up, Tina? Checking in from Florida. We also have a video posted, you guys posted into my Discord about a fire tornado that happened last night as well. Pull up some clips here in a bit. We'll do clips after the latest. I'll do a full incident report update. Yeah, we saw some of these firemen go by. Let's fast forward a little bit. Look at all the workers out there. Those are energy workers. National Guard guarding it. They had people loot Humvees 2 days ago. And bayonets. Crazy work. Checking in from the Netherlands. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm living in Minnesota, but we love California here. We're not going to be shitting on California on my stream. Or I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be the one. Amount of law enforcement they have there. Hello, what up, Nancy? Little Uno says, I work in Malibu. They don't know when we can go back to work. Food trucks have pulled up. Feed some of the law enforcement. Let's go with National Guard station. Let's go back there. There's some live Mod Ibu or XA or Nikki, could you verify the footage? Some of the live videos are absolute garbage, you guys. You have to be careful. For at least the last 12 hours, I think Fox Now Nation has been the only one that's done live air cover. Every other channel right now is showing like recycled trash. And if you have a gut feeling, if it looks like recycled trash, it likely is. If it's like, this looks weird, this looks like yesterday, you're probably right.
6 Division Papa.
I'm telling you this is from yesterday, though, because this is the only, like, on-the-ground stuff we've been able to see. And we saw the National Guard go in, and I'm also giving you guys this channel here to go and support.
Copy, drop point 70.
There's a few videos where the Santa Monica close-up has been out there. We'll check out a couple other YouTube videos. Most is a real one. Someone dropped a link, they said. Yeah, man, I'm in Toronto, but used to live out there. I love California, says Tomato Jones. Someone here just suggested CNN. Yeah, CNN News 18 is bad. You can cross that one off. They never show anything new. Why so few live feeds? I'm not sure. My gut feeling tells me it's they have to ground the helicopters and do maintenance because they've been up there for like 5 days straight. Especially if the winds get bad, right? Just using my common sense, if the winds are going to get worse, they're going to need to be back up there again. That's why a lot of the county and city resources aren't up there, likely because they need maintenance. That we saw yesterday. What up, Chan? Never even been to America. This is along Pacific Coast Highway. This is the Palisades. We're gonna get to see some of the devastation here in the video here coming up, it looks like. This is showing the police escorts, National Guard assistance, and emergency operations that are ongoing. Just uploaded 19 hours ago. So I am trying to find you guys the latest videos. I know news travels so fast. But we have the latest stuff, at least, while waiting for more live air coverage. If possible. But if not, we'll just have the scanner on and watch the flight radar.
Palisades 1 from Battalion 23 on B1.
I think that's the mobile home park. Everything's gone. Not a single thing survived there. We watched a video from this channel. They walked through the mobile home park. There it is. Pala says, thank you for the coverage. No one is doing it as well as you've been doing. You are measured and truthful. No hysterics. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, Pala. Got some volunteer groups out there. Let's fast forward a little bit. This is showing all the law enforcement operations, though.
Palisades Communication Division, Papa on command.
Again, the Palisades scanner is on V1. You can use the LA Fire and then V1 for Palisades.
Papa, communications.
Palisades Communication Division, Papa. I'd like to request one Edison representative to drop point 70 for multiple power poles down on Las Flores Canyon Road between PCH and Camp 8. I would also like to request one Public Works representative to drop point 70 as well.
Thank you, Wendy. Oh, the amount of fire trucks they have out there.
Division Papa, communications copies. You're requesting Edison and DWP to drop point 70 for multiple power lines down. Confirming Lost Hills Canyon Road, and what was across?
Power lines down up in the hills.
Communication Division, Papa. It'd be for multiple power poles down on Las Flores Canyon Road between PCH and LA Fire Department Camp 8, which would be Rambla Pacifica and Las Flores Canyon.
Right here.
And for Public Works, it'll be for multiple rock slides in the same area.
So actually, you're literally seeing the area they're talking about. Ironically, they're talking about the rally point you're looking at.
Communication copies.
This video is 19 hours old, but on the scanner, this is exactly what they're referring to.
Palisades 1 from Battalion 23, up on command.
All the police out there. Yeah, checkpoints. What an operation. Getting resupply.
Yankee from LA County, Battalion 23 on command.
Thank you, Rick. Making sure even the vehicles got to be dressed right. They got them all set up the same for their supply. Some well-kept vehicles, too. A lot of those fire trucks look brand new.
Unit with traffic for Yankee on command. Can you repeat?
Yankee, this is LA County Battalion 23. I just want to relay a message. We have Water Tender 70 here, which is assigned to Palisades 1. They are out of service. Just want to relay a message to Palisades 1.
Oh boy, I joined the Army to be a crossing guard. Heck.
I copy. He advised me they're not going to be returning to the line.
I served, so I can make jokes. Rose, thank you for the gifted.
Not Water Tender 70, but we're looking for...
Shout out to all my veterans in the chat.
Copy, I'll advise them.
Also, shout out to any firefighters in the chat, too.
Copy that.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the support, Rick. Thank you for the support, Rose. Thank you for the support, Agatha. Appreciate that. They're required to keep them within a certain year.
Palisades, Hellcall, command.
Nope, not in LA. In Minnesota, but I can get you guys some resources, so you know what I mean? I go places when I can, but the way that LA has been like, we just saw, you need to have ID to get into parts of the city. I would fail. I'm not from LA at all. I'm not even from California. Look at, I'm showing you. That's why I'm showing you this. It's pretty intense, so. And I'd probably just get in their way. So if I'm not from there, if it's not within driving distance, which I could have flown there. Some of my friends I know flew there, but I didn't have I wasn't ready, I guess. I wasn't ready for fires. but we do the best we can from here. All right, we got 4 minutes until 2 p.m., which would be noon in California. So let's do a rundown of what it's looking like. So the Palisades fire is at 11% containment. It's at 23,706 acres in size. Again, 23,706, 11% containment. Then you have the Eaton fire, which again, good news is it's getting closer to the 35% threshold that we heard is a point to reach in order for resources then to be diverted to the Palisades fire, which still needs support. That's what I heard yesterday in the Hurst fire. When it hit that 35%, 37%, they were able to start sending support elsewhere. So I'm hoping that the Eaton fire can get to 35% by the end of today. That's really good progress that it's at 27%, because this is the second biggest fire. Palisades fire is the biggest one, but I mean, it should tell you how strong these fires are. After 6 days, they're still, 27% here, 11% here. Still a long way to go. But good progress on the Eaton fire. Again, that's 14,117 acres. The Hurst fire is at nearly 90% contained, 800 acres. 800 acres, 90% containment on the Hurst fire.
Division Zulu, striking 9340 Charlie on command.
And the other really good news is the Lydia fire is 100% contained. So I'll give another couple updates to remind people of the Lydia fire, but here in like an hour or two, I just won't even mention it anymore because we only have these 3 fires left now. Of all the major fires, you got the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, and the Hurst fire should be put out. It should be fully contained by the end of today, because if that's the progress they made from yesterday, that one's probably going to be done today, and we'll only have the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire left. This thing got up to like 6 fires at one point, 2 nights ago in the Hollywood Hills, and then the Kenneth fire. Yeah, but we're at 3 fires now. Got up to 6 total that were pretty big. And what else we got? I also know Channel 5 did a video out there. Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan. He did a video. He's in Altadena. So we just saw a little bit of the Palisades fire. We'll listen to, again, this is, I don't know, subscribe to it. Andrew Callaghan's channel, Channel 5.
No help. No fire department. Not in our area. We didn't see one until now that they're coming by.
On the flip side of that, I can sit there and say, well, you need to do something about the homeless cabins. A lot of the fires lately, especially in California, are the homeless. Also the mismanagement of the forest. It's just a situation like this. You had the Palisade fire start, and then you had this one start. You're stretching the resources.
The firefighters, they're stretched thin up here. They've helped as much as they could.
But you're really not going to stop when fire like this.
Bro, I've never seen anything like this. It feels like literally like an apocalypse. This is my old elementary, engulfed in flames right by my mom's house. Yeah, bro, everything's just going to shit right now.
We were here for over 40 years. That was all gone.
Just seeing stuff like this just brings me to tears, bro. I just had to go water down my homie's house. Took his
Division Uniform Trainee, command with the logistics order.
bird. Homie was just chilling. He left him there because he left him last night.
Damn.
I can't leave animals there, bro.
Wow,
no
saved a bird.
No life gets left behind.
Yo, what up? We were in Altadena, California.
Communications, go with your order.
They got the live scanner.
Communication Uniform Trainee, 4 porta potties, 1 hand washing station, 1 5-yard dumpster. Reporting location will be drop point 75, 1600 hours today. I'll be the contact at 951-591-0528.
Can't escape the porta potties. Porta potty drop.
There's smoke and fire all around us.
10 people
They're everywhere.
killed in the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles.
This is one of the 5 wildfires that have broke out in LA in the past 24 hours.
It just, I don't know, it just keeps sparking up back by itself. It doesn't turn off.
As you can see, unfortunately, this house did not survive. Still on fire. Pretty depressing. We're going to talk to some people around here and see how they're being affected. So let's get into it.
My name's Susana Larios, and as you can see, my house burned this morning. We just lost everything. Thank God that we're all alive, that we were able to evacuate.
So really quick to show you where he's standing. to show you where they're at. This is the Eaton fire, right? We're still the Palisades fire is still going strong. The Eaton fire, I would say, it's up in the mountains. It's not really it's not threatening civilian homes anymore, okay, like it did. So that's why not as much attention is being on this, but I'm still bringing it attention because of the amount of devastation that it's caused here. So they're probably, I don't think they've even allowed people to go further in yet into these neighborhoods that are just scorched completely. They got to be right on the edge here where the news are, or some homes are still up. It's like across the street, for example, some homes will still be up and standing, and then others are completely gone. But I don't think they're even allowing people to go back up in here yet, where it's just, everything's just completely torched. So yeah, this is the Eaton fire, and Andrew, and this video is up in this area where the orange and the red are, where it's nearly at its worst.
Go to safety until now that we return back to see our house gone. This is unreal. We've been here for 13 years. Everything is gone. We didn't even get a chance to actually take anything out of our house.
Was there anything in the house in particular that you feel like you're really sad about not being able to get?
Our family pictures, our dog's ashes. We had them cremated and they were in our house, and just those personal belongings. Everything else is material. It can be replaced, but memories, when they were young, my kids were young, I will never get those pictures back.
What's one of your favorite memories here?
We had a pool, so,
yeah.
Family times, barbecues, summer, this is the place to be. I think first time coming into the house, pool wasn't ready, but our dog decided to jump in, so we went after him.
He actually fell in the pool, and he went in a swampy pool and rescue him from drowning.
Oh, wow.
Because he didn't know how to swim, and he was, running around in a circle and fell in the pool. So
was that the same dog whose ashes was in there, or a different dog?
No, it's the same.
Nike.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, the same ashes.
What kind of dog was Nike?
A bull terrier.
Yeah, that's the pool.
We had a pool table over there. It's gone. This is the back house to the house. You can't see not even one room. It's a 2-story house.
As far as like fire insurance, is that something that you had?
I hope so. I mean, yes, that's one of the things I remember talking to our agent, State Farm, and hopefully we do have that insurance.
State Farm canceled hundreds of homeowners' insurance policies for residents in many of the same areas in the path of the Southern California wildfires.
Insurance companies being insurance companies, right?
The insurance company's reasoning for canceling policies was due to concerns about the increased frequency and magnitude of wildfires in the state. The company deemed the decision a necessary business strategy to prevent, quote, financial failure.
I sent her the picture of the house when it was burning. Mm-hmm. So, she's going to give me our policy number. And
people are going to see those Patrick Mahomes and Chiefs commercials a little differently now, huh?
Help me out with whatever I can.
Well, I hope that insurance covers a lot of this stuff. That's what it's supposed to do, right?
Yes, I hope so. We'll see what happens when we reach out to them, if they can help us. But everything else is gone.
Do you have an email address for people out there who might want to help you and get in touch with you?
Yeah, the color maps is the orange is where it's devastated, where the fires blaze through. So, I mean, there might be a onesie and twosie houses that are still standing, but you can bet everything in this orange is gone, like wiped out from the fires. The red is the evacuation order area, where you had to have left for sure. And even in some, you can see in the order area, you can see how some of the fire affected it. So that's why the California officials were so adamant that if you're in the evacuation order area, you need to leave, or death likely, very likely. And you can see how the orange spilled into it. And then the yellow was warning. Like, you have a warning to leave. You're not ordered to, but it's encouraged. Those are the color codes of the 3D fire map.
Sure. It's Estrada. That's ESTRADA_S@yahoo.com.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I know it's a sensitive time, so thanks for giving us the time of day. I appreciate y'all very much.
Unlike the Pacific Palisades area on the west side, an affluent area where many celebrities' homes unfortunately burnt down, Altadena is a diverse, working-class suburb, located just north of Pasadena, in the foothills of the Angeles National Forest. As we've seen, many in the area have been critical about the lack of fire department response, and across the world, everybody seems to be pointing fingers at who to blame for the wildfires. However, many locals understand that the magnitude of these fires is unprecedented, and that firefighters—
I've just tuned out Twitter completely. And I recommend you guys do too, as best as you can, or like social media during these breaking news things. As you know, they don't last forever, right? Thankfully, the firefighters will put out the fires. It will end, right? And then whatever happens. But during breaking news stuff, it's best to try to drown out as much of that noise as possible.
Firefighters and first responders are doing everything they can to keep the fire contained, which is particularly difficult due to the state's crippling water crisis, a situation that by all measures is a direct result of climate change, overconsumption, and corporate greed. Many people don't know this, but LA and San Diego have been out of water for years, and now purchase most of their fresh water from privatized corporations, like the Wonderful Company, owned by a billionaire couple called the Resnicks, who systematically export drinking water from agricultural counties like Kern and Imperial. This practice has already caused devastating ecological and health impacts on communities like Bombay Beach, California.
We're privatizing water? Damn.
Which we plan to cover in an upcoming video.
I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on there.
Mark, how you doing?
I don't know. It all depends on if they can save the seed.
But back to Altadena.
Everybody stretched in from the Palisades fire to the Eaton fire here on the east side of Pasadena, over by the museum, the Silmar fire, 210. So it's already, everybody's already stretched in and trying to cover all these hot spots. It's like, which way do you go? Yeah. So, you know, I commend firefighters and first responders. Everybody stretched in. We're all trying to help the best way we can. Stuff like this, there's no way to prevent it, because how can you prepare for it? I mean, how can you prepare for it? And once the winds picked up, the embers traveled, and then the power lines going, one little ember plus high winds.
That first night was an absolute nightmare. It was just watching the worst situation that like couldn't be. They tried. The firefighters tried. They were out there taking fires to the face because of the way the winds were going and blowing the fire towards them. And they would have the hose out and they would try to hose down the fire, and then the water, because of the wind, would just go right back at them. It was terrible. And there's nothing the firefighters did wrong. They tried everything they could.
Heat source in the return, but outside the line in the Mandible Canyon area. Behind the structures. Let me know when you're ready to copy the lat long.
They're still fighting it in Mandeville Canyon. It's over here.
Operations branch 1
What's up
ready,
here?
copy.
This is Mandeville Canyon.
34 degrees, 5.565 by negative 118 degrees, 30.338. That's 30.338.
All right, so as always, I have the scanner on in the background so we can hear the latest and what's happening while we're waiting for any sky coverage of like the fires, which I'm hoping we get back soon. I don't think the news is up there yet.
It's the smallest little fuel source. It just sparked, whether it's leaves, canopies, you know, from easy ups, anything like that. Everything just went up.
Thank you, CM Clark.
Like many others, this concerned citizen that we talked to decided to take matters into his own hands and stay put to protect his neighborhood, despite evacuation orders issued by the city.
Me, I was born and raised here, my childhood home, so I did everything I could to save it. We're a pretty tight-knit community. My next door neighbors, we all grew up with each other since we were kids. A lot of my buddies were, you know, coming through with supplies and generators. We managed to save, you know, my dad's house, next door neighbor, and these 4 houses. With the help of some other guys, you know, we wet all the roofs, the floors.
Got the fires out first. The fire started over here, and then my son and I, we just kept the water and kept all the ambers from jumping from house to house. So
we managed to save some houses.
Who has more recent info than Twitter? We do, right? Literally right now. Ironically, yes, we do right now in the stream. We're here in the scanner, and I got everything that we can track it in real time without video because we don't have a helicopter up there yet. But I mean, Twitter would get it after you would hear it, ironically.
On the back street, Navarro, we managed to save those with water hoses.
Branch 10,
managed to survive.
Charlie on command.
You know, unfortunate for my other neighbors, they didn't make it.
Nice 10.
You know,
On
all
command,
their stuff
B1.
is gone. It hurts. Yeah, it hurts. Just gone. Nobody deserves it.
While some people were able to stay back and protect their homes from catching on fire, others followed city orders and evacuated, with the hopes that they'd get lucky and their house would be spared. However, most people in Altadena did not get so lucky. As you walk through the neighborhood uphill toward Angeles National Forest, nearly every structure is destroyed, aside from a select few. Here's an interview with the recently evacuated family who returned home to find their house burnt to the ground. This is a very emotional interview, so viewer discretion is advised.
Imagine how you'd feel showing back up and your whole house and everything you have is just gone.
Is this your house?
Yeah. We were here for over 40 years. Now it's all gone. We had to evacuate early this morning about 3:30. There was well, we saw the fires, but we didn't think, that it was going to reach this low. We were just able to leave with whatever we had on and, a little bit of clothes, but not really. We lost everything we had in the house. Pictures, memories, everything's gone. We don't know what we're going to do now.
So was it the embers coming from the mountain caused some of the houses?
Yes, because last night it was about, 5 o'clock when we saw the fire, or a friend, her sister drove by Eaton Canyon and she took a video and she told us, but we didn't think anything of it until we started seeing that the fire started moving, quickly. But we didn't think, that it was going to come down this far, but we just got up and left around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning.
So about 12 hours ago.
Yeah. And the winds were really, really strong, and it was pitch black. So we panicked. So we just got whatever we could, because she has 2 little kids, my 2 little grandsons. We just got whatever we could, and we just left.
What was the most important item you think was in the house?
My parents passed away, so their pictures, her baby, her kids' pictures. But that's the least, of our problems. We got out alive and we're okay,
Aside from that, do y'all have insurance or anything like that?
No, we don't. We rented it. We didn't own the house, but we rented. But still, we lost everything. We don't know what we're gonna do now. It'll take us time to pick up and, start over, but it's gonna be hard.
If somebody wanted to donate to you, to offer you some help and some aid during a moment like this, is there any way that someone could do that? Like, do you have Zelle or something like that?
We have Zelle that are connected to my husband's phone number. Mine is through email. It's L_Espinosa68@yahoo.com. Anybody that wants to help is deeply appreciated.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, what a video. All right, that was Andrew Callaghan, the Channel 5, showing the emotional impact of these fires too, right? You're seeing them happen. But it's not often you see the impact that it does have on people.
Catastrophe in...
All right, also that video too, the start of it, but we can pull that up a little later. But that is what's going on now. Do they have, it depends. You see how bad these insurance companies are pulling out of California because of the wildfires, like because of the climate. And it's, they're losing money, which is not good. That's how they operate. When you have for-profit, we have for-profit services that only care about making money and they don't care about protecting anything or saving anything. They're trying to save their own money. That's it. Thank you so much, Links, for becoming a member on the channel. Again, I dropped the link to that video a couple times in the chat there to go watch Channel 5, Andrew's video. Yeah, I still don't think we have any live footage out there. This is garbage. Everything here is trash. This is only the potential one. And they're on a break. There's like nothing in the sky. A couple times here. This was a live look. Is there like even a live static camera? I don't even have a live look at it right now. Yeah, as we can see, the helicopters are still, there's another Black Hawk going back to the reservoir and dropping water right over the fire. We just don't have anything in the sky. Here's a pattern by Orbic Air. Orbic Air. I'm going to turn up the scanner a little bit. If you guys have any other videos showing what happened on the ground too, you can drop it into the Discord server. You can drop it into the Discord if you haven't. They're also using this reservoir. This is the, what is this? The Stone Canyon. Stone Canyon Reservoir. They're using both of them. Pull that up here on Google Earth. This one. So they're flying in here and they're still putting out fires right along the 405. This is the pattern they're taking. So this will tell you kind of geolocate where the fires are still.
Excavator 696 from Papa Training on command.
This is the closest thing we can do to geolocate the area of where the fires are, or they're being fought based on the flight patterns. That one's flying over the same area. It's probably a scout helicopter. Same with this one. We don't see air tankers in the sky today. So I'm hoping that the long line of fires are mostly put out along this side. Do we have an update from, let's check. Let's check, see if we have any updates here. Gavin Newsom. Oh boy. Spicy interview. Los Angeles residents affected by the ongoing wildfires can now apply for federal disaster assistance. There's 3 ways to apply. Online, disasterassistance.gov. Call 800-621-3362. Press 3 for an interpreter who speaks your language, or the FEMA app.
Papa Trainee from AC7. I have Edison at Fire Station 70. Do you have a location you'd like them to report?
Let me see. They have low winds right now. 66 low winds as of right now. Dangerous wind gusts expected. See what this says.
The last minute is here. We'll look at the forecast.
Let's actually listen to a weather report now, even though I've been skipping most of them when we were watching the fires get put up. But let's see what they say here. Local news.
California, including the expected return of those dangerous Santa Ana winds. Angie, good morning. How's it looking?
Well, I think it's going to pick up tonight.
Good morning, Willie. Unfortunately, we see those winds elevated, the red flag warnings up, and we're going to go through a period of kind of some fluctuations here where they ramp back up with another Santa Ana event. Here's where...
Oh, boy. So more Santa Ana winds tonight expected. 50 to 70 mile an hour winds.
We currently stand this morning.
Why am I kicking trolls? Because there's nearly 3,000 people and they're probably not seeing them all. Shout out to the mods. They're doing the best they can.
Closer to the coast, 30+ mile per hour winds. Up into the mountains, we see some locations dealing with over 60 miles per hour. Now, The peak today is going to be the first half of the day. We start to see a lull into the afternoon, and then we ramp back up here as we get into the overnight hours. So no surprise today, we still have that critical risk for much of this area. Calabasas stretching down to Escondido, all included in that. That likely going to be something we see through at least next week. Here's the situation for late Monday into Tuesday. High pressure drops into the Great Basin. This ramps up those Santa Ana winds once again. We're going to see 40 to 70 mile per hour winds as we get into early next week. This drops us also to those 5 to 15% levels of humidity along with the dry vegetation. There's no surprise that we're going to continue to see these situations stay in place for this region, guys, or Willie, rather, and these alerts will continue well into the weekend.
So they got to put out
Palisades Communication Division Zulu Trainee.
They got to put out as much of this as they can before those winds come back, and then they have no air support.
Zulu Trainee, go for communications.
Definitely can't fly in those winds.
Communications Division Zulu Trainee with a resource request some PG&E for lines crossing the fire road. When you're ready to copy, I'll give you a Latin long.
Here's the air resources. Still over Mandeville Canyon.
Zulu Trainee, go with your coordinates.
Still right over Mandeville Canyon.
North 34 degrees, decimal 6 by 263.
West 118 degrees, decimal 33 by 347. The break.
We still got the latest update for the Palisades fire.
You can utilize a landmark reference for the Temescal Peak, which is going to be before it.
Which again is at 23,713 acres and 11% contained. We still have the latest on that one. Let me pull up my Discord. I haven't even pulled it up yet. Where's everybody in chat tuned in from today?
Zulu trainee, communications, you're very low volume. Need you to repeat the coordinates.
Thank you, Suzanne.
North, 34 degrees, decimal 6 by 263. West, 118 degrees by 33 by 347. Communications copies, 34 degrees, 6 decimal 263 by negative 118, 33 decimal 347. Are the lines hanging low or are they on the ground? They were low hanging lines. It can't cross it, affecting the operational need.
Low hanging power lines. I think they had a call in for that a little earlier. Where is that?
Communications copies.
You're 696 on command.
Danky, iBlue, were you able to get the coordinates on that? I have a clip pulled up. But that's the same power lines affecting operations that are down. That's in the Palisades fire. Everything we're listening to is this Palisades fire. We'll get further updates on the other ones, but the comms and the updates are going to be coming from this one. Wisconsin checking in. Good to see you. Dubai, Minnesota, Arizona, Kingman, Arizona, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Florida, Maine, Portland, Oregon. Good to have you, Portland. Oklahoma City, St. Louis, California, Obispo, California, the suburbs of Chi-Town, Washington State, Buffalo, New York. Thank you, iBlue. Downed power lines. Yep. He said repeat it clearly. Oh, man. That's right along Mandeville Canyon Road. We were there all, well, the early afternoon yesterday, but any coverage you watched yesterday was in here. If you watched anybody streaming or anybody doing live footage, this is where you were seeing it. So operations are still ongoing there. Actually, we were in here. Cordelia Road, Westridge Road. You definitely watched this. The news was up in here yesterday. All up in here. That's where the firefighters still are. So down power lines, Mandeville Canyon. Still just to the west of the 405, which again is still under evacuation warning, and the west side of the 405 is under an evacuation order. East side of the 405 is on a warning, just on the east side for the warning. Again, we see operations are still going. They're grabbing water out of the reservoir. This is the Stone Canyon Reservoir. There's our Chinook we've been watching. Let me favorite this one. This is the #1 most tracked one. This one was putting in work. This one's been, all of them are, but this one stands out because of the white and black, and it's got some red on there. The Chinook flying in has been really, really cool to see. Here's another view of it. LA County Fire. There's a private one up there as well. There's the LA County Fire one, but I also saw a private one. Unless this is the private one. Of course, thank you, Note. Again, Flight Radar 24 is how you can see. And again, the way we can try to geolocate where the fire is just by seeing the flight patterns. It's kind of doing a figure 8 here, right? There's down power lines we just heard on the on the scanner. So the operations are like taking place within here, which tells you that's where the fire is being fought still. Right? They're conducting operations within here. Should I use a different color? Until we get sky footage, which no, we don't have, right? Mods, no good sky footage right now. It's all trash at this time. Where's their pattern? There's even another one further northwest. Another pattern up here. So in there, and then in here off of Mandeville Canyon in the 405. You think Fox 11 is live in the air? We can check. It is mostly garbage right now. You think they're going to be in the air soon, though. You're a pilot, thank you. They had an update from 2 hours ago.
What's Fox?
Nah, Fox 11 LA isn't live. None of them are. 4 million views on their coverage. They got to be just doing maintenance on the helicopter. We could see what it looked like a few. They played old footage. That's from nights ago. They didn't even show a live footage, a live coverage of it. Yeah, I think it's old. Thank you, Nicolette. Okay, we can see. I'm okay with showing older video if it's a video, but the sky right now, not smart to play recycled video from the air. There they are. Let me see. Let me pull out here. So there's like 2 areas where they're fighting it. There's more than 2, but the 2 that I can track easily with where the helicopters is this one, and then in here. So that means it's like the fire's still here. In here still. There's still areas of the fire still being fought within Mandeville Canyon and just to the west of the 405. Which makes sense because, again, that's still the evacuation order area, which you're ordered to be out of there. And you should not stay at all, or try to. Especially if you're in the warning area, you should just get out of there too. The reason why it still is because the winds are coming back, as we just saw in the weather report. Kind of calm right now, and it has been calmer, but those Santa Ana winds are coming back. And the fire is only at 11% containment. That number could go up by the end of today with the amount of work getting done and the wind speeds right now. Could have an updated number. We should. But that's still cause for concern, especially with the winds coming back. You should not, if you're in the warning area, probably hold off. I don't know, maybe or if you're in the warning area, there'll be National Guard and law enforcement out there that'll let you in or not let you in. So if you're trying to get back into your area, if you're in the warning zone, probably going to have to deal with the law enforcement, National Guard, and they'll let you know. Hey, probably not a good idea right now. It hasn't been at all, though. If you've been in any of those areas, the fire is not... It hasn't picked and choose, that's for sure. It's just continued. Good news is, the last 3 days, we've had an air attack. The air support dropping the fire retardant and the water has been everything. Here they are grabbing more. This must have capability. This must have a water bucket on it. Just looks like a smaller helicopter, but it's right over the reservoir. It must have some type of water capability on there. And a couple Black Hawks are in the sky. This is a private owner. Wow, this is actually a private helicopter. Blue sky, ironically. Well, that's sick. So someone's private helicopter's up there getting water, putting water down. Or maybe the state can buy it too. Have a private company up there can let their city and state resource or city, county, and state resources recover and then use their private entities today, because they're probably going to need it. They're probably thinking ahead. They're planning ahead for these winds, and they're like, we're going to likely need max resources on Monday after the winds die down, which doesn't see. When is the wind supposed to? How long are the Santa Ana winds supposed to come back through Wednesday? So we saw yesterday they had maximum county, city, and state resources up there in the sky. The everything. Tankers, all of it. And while the winds are down today, they're probably using their private companies so they can recharge and maintenance the county and state resources, because they need it. You can't keep them up there forever. Just like military equipment, right? Well, I know about military equipment. When you drive a truck or a Humvee or whatever, you have to bring it down for maintenance afterwards. Like mandatory. You gotta do like 3-4 rounds of maintenance. And with the wear and tear these helicopters and planes have been going through the smoke and the maneuvers they've been doing, and the amount of work hours put onto them, I'm assuming it's a lot of hours. I've never maintenance to helicopter. I've never flown. I don't know anything about flying, but I only know about maintenance, performing maintenance on military equipment. Now, the window to fight this fire closed 5 days ago. It will burn itself out. I mean, we'll see. Firefighters have been doing a lot of work, literally stopping it from reaching civilian homes. It hasn't reached civilian homes because of the firefighters on the ground. So they can't just let it burn itself out. It's not in a place to. It would reach civilians and reach their homes. ABC-7 is in the air. Let's go. Just something in the sky to see what this looks like right now.
Division Zulu training.
Their containment.
There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I want to see what it looks like.
Site to see. Live Inter 7, Gabe Santos, ABC-7, Eyewitness News.
Wow, just as soon as I tune into it.
See that progress, Gabe. Thank you. And our live team coverage continues with Eyewitness.
So, like, let me pause. In the valley here, still. In the valley.
Now we are at the Topanga State Park. We've been here all morning. Earlier, we were showing you a close-up look of the firefighting efforts, this portable water tank that they have. It's located down that way, but the reason they moved us this way is because they're actually doing a shift change right now. So they asked us to kind of just back away a little bit to give them some space, since the roads here are very narrow. But if you take a look here behind me, we can still give you a view at the vegetation that's been scorched by the flames. You can also see some of the pink retardant that it's been used by the air support.
This is from their 9:30. This is their 9:30 broadcast.
Zulu trainee communications on command.
So this happened a couple hours ago. So there's still nothing live out there yet. Okay. Can't believe there's nothing in the sky.
Communications division Zulu training.
Like they're live, but not showing anything right now. Look at the firefighters. I mean, we get a glimpse of it.
Can I get a point of contact number for the low power lines?
They're up there, ruck marching through the hills. Everything's red from the fire retardant. Dang, dude. Well, still nothing new here.
805.
There's the fire dozer.
550 228.
There's a view of the DC-10 dropping fire retardant from the ground. That was really cool to see yesterday.
Yes, sir. Division Zulu training.
And old stuff. Okay. So they had a broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Everybody check into the stream if you could. Let me get a plus from everybody in chat. True warriors right there. Much respect to them. Yes, Mike. Absolutely. And it seems like today, especially, a lot of the resources are on the ground today. There are some air resources as we're tracking here, but a lot of the guys are on the ground right now, building the windbreaks, using the fire dozer. They just got airlifted some supply up there, some electrolytes, as we heard, water and electrolytes. What was that, about 45 minutes ago ish? Massachusetts thinking of California, says Massachusetts. Hello. I always remember that the majority of the chat is not being ridiculous. Some of them will be, right? Some of them will be. We do have some of the resources I'm using, and then we'll do a full rundown in like 10 minutes. I'm using the county scanner V1 channel for Palisades. We can check in with the LA fire too. I don't want to clog the net too much with radio. There's a dispatch too. You could put on the county fire. Dispatch for county.
134 43733 North Secure Place.
There we can hear where the fires are still. If there's any reports in the civilian areas, urban areas. Controls mean you're getting to them. This coverage is so much better than a. Oh shit! Thank you so much.
560 squad 167 difficulty breathing 10741 East Klingerman Street.
Some of this is going to be not connected to the fire though. That's why I'm only playing the V4 channel because that's specific to the Palisades fire.
Flint and Squad 20 chest pain 11510 East Imperial Highway. Room 36.
Yeah, it's going to be some other things. I'm going to turn that one off. We could try V3. What is V3 covering? Oh, utilized for bush and vegetation fires. I haven't heard anything on code V3 though. Nothing on code V3. We'll just keep code V1 up. Okay. Let's see here. I'm an LA scanner. So no, it's 16 dead right now. 16 dead. 28 minutes ago, there was a tree fire.
Helco, operations and aircraft.
That's a fire dozer. That's the bulldozer they're using to build the fire breaks in the background there. Putting in work. Yeah, it is up to 16. Let's pull up other news stories. Live updates. LA neighborhoods unsafe for resident return as fires still burn. This was posted 12 minutes ago. While winds have calmed somewhat Sunday, downed power lines, gas leaks, and smoldering fires mean that most devastated neighborhoods are unsafe for evacuee access. Calmer winds overnight into Sunday morning gave firefighters a chance to gain some ground in the Palisades and Eaton fires before expected high winds returned Sunday night, with red flag warning extended into the middle of next week. So it's kind of in like a lull period right now before the winds pick up again. At least 16 people have died in the Eaton and Palisades fires, according to the latest update. The death toll is expected to rise as investigators comb through the devastated neighborhoods. Overwhelmed with an outpouring of generosity, the Los Angeles Fire Department has asked Good Samaritans to please donate goods to centralized donation centers rather than individual fire stations. A list of some approved locations and what they need is here. With thousands of evacuees expected to return to devastated neighborhoods this week, officials have offered tips on how people can stay safe when they go home to what may still be dangerous conditions, even if the fire is gone from their area. Both the Eaton and Palisades fires continue to threaten thousands of homes on multiple fronts. I have the evacuation maps. Officials on Sunday noted evacuee frustration at not being able to get to their homes, even if the fire emergency seems to be over with. They stressed that downed power lines, gas leaks, and smoldering fires mean the devastated areas are very unsafe for repopulation. Mod Eye Blue, do we have the latest press conference from the city? We can review that they had one this morning, I believe. Agencies across LA County are using the calmer wind day to prepare for another expected Santa Ana wind on Monday that could stymie efforts to contain the fires. Also, Mod Nikki shared a... I had a clip from you. Did I close it? Mod Nikki shared a before and after clip here. A walking tour captured a sunny day in Los Angeles Pacific Palisades neighborhood in May of 2024. 8 months later, a photographer walked the same route, illustrating the catastrophic damage by the Palisades fire. Now let's, you guys can see most of it here. Walk the same route. So before on the left, after on the right. Are you guys able to see it? The before-after difference is wild. That house is completely gone. Is the entire city destroyed or just part of it? Just part of it. When you're talking like entire city, it's like specific to Altadena area. Not all of Altadena is destroyed, but a good part of Altadena is. And a large portion of the Pacific Palisades as well. Forbes Breaking has the latest brief. Thank you, iBlue. And then we'll also review the Gavin Newsom interview, as people have questions. I think that aired this morning. That house is still standing. Ukrainian flag in the yard. Yeah, this is a walkthrough of Pacific Palisades area. Go full screen. So on the left is before the fire in May of 2000. I think they said May of 2024. And they walked the same route they took. Richard says all those hedges, they burn hot too. Yes. That was what was causing so many embers. It was going from hedge to hedge. That first night. Yeah, this is the Pacific Palisades area. Behind my camera is what it looks like now after the fire. And on the left side is what it looked like before the fire. Would burning houses out of brick cause less damage? I don't know. You can see that even houses that are made of brick went down, right? I don't know the answer to that one. Mike James says no, there would be smoke damage, so brick or no brick, it don't matter. There was like it was like hurricane winds. It was as if a fire hurricane made of fire. That's why this is why it looks like it does. Reviewing footage from the ground and clips while we're waiting for any sort of live air coverage. We don't have any right now. Wow, this one's gonna be... Look at the difference. Look at that. Let me hide my webcam. Everything's gone in there.
Division Victor trainee, Palisades Communications.
Mooty says some areas had houses as old as the 1930s. True. All those houses are gone. There's a row of houses there. Those are no longer there. Wow. The only thing that's left is the frames. The only thing that's left is the frames of the house. Wingnut says they can't build with brick in California. They crack and fall on the owners and earthquakes, but there's fire-resistant materials to build with. Look at that view. That's the mobile park. That's the mobile home park, I believe. Right on the Pacific Coast Highway. All right, so that was a 9-minute, 30-second clip from ABC, the before and after. Let me put that one out there. Also, I know of Scootercaster. She was out there. Here's a look at it. So the Kenneth Fire 100% contained, Sunset Fire, Lydia Fire. As I told you guys, we got up to 6 total fires at one point, We're only down to 3 now. So last update from Aaliyah.
Division Victor training. Palisades Communications.
Breathing all that in. CNBC TV 18 is bad. They're showing old footage.
Victor training. Palisades Communications. Just trying to line up your previous coordinates you gave me for that. About 0.3. Coordinates I have.
Wow. Yesterday was a massive air attack. Like, we were watching that, but we didn't truly... I don't think we truly recognized just the amount of air power that was in the sky yesterday attacking this fire. I'm not even on screen anymore. What happened? All right. That one's still in the sky. This one's still flying right now. Let me check. So that helicopter in that video should be... Where is it? It was over here. No, that's the private one.
Palisades Communication, Branch 10 on V1.
It's another Black Hawk. So where's my... How do I pull up my favorites?
Branch 10 Communications. Give you a...
Oops. Now I got...
Data drop point.
Most bookmarks. There it is. Where is it?
Go ahead for communications. Okay, geographical area will be out of Tarzana, and it's Reseda Boulevard and Winford Drive, Winford.
There it is. So where's the pattern? Why am I missing it? I have it in my bookmarks.
Communications copies. You're requesting a drop point in the area of Tarzana. Could be the intersection of Reseda Boulevard and Winfred.
Oh, am I missing the helicopter?
WINFORD. I also can give you a Latin long if you need that, or if geographical, the street names will work.
Where the heck is it?
Latin long would be greatly appreciated.
Where'd my Chinook go? Can't find it.
Okay, north 34 degrees, 08 by 04.2.
Mark, turn on the trail again. It landed?
33.
That's why it landed. Okay. Turn on the trail again. It just landed. Oh, that's why it's not in the sky right now. Okay. Status NA.
Branch 10. I have your GPS coordinates as 34 degrees, 08.
Landed at 11:15.
By negative 118, 33.052.
There it was. There's its flight recording.
Affirmative.
So it just landed, probably to refuel or any maintenance that it might need. We were just watching that about an hour ago, fly around and grab water out of the reservoir. Anyways, okay. There are 3 of them. High winds, not yet. Any video on the C-130 water drops? I don't know if the helicopter was able to, the C-130 was able to even get out there. This was from yesterday from Aaliyah. Is there clips of a C-130 dropping it? Big hats off to the firefighters. Absolutely, Bone Mama. We'll do a situation update in 5 minutes.
Go for traffic for ops.
Operations, this is contingency branch. Hey, for this evening, the Encino structure group is on a 24-hour shift. The rest of the contingency is on as well.
So NBCLA is live? Are they in the sky?
Where are they doing the majority of their work?
They are.
Branch 10.
NBCLA is up. Amazing.
Yeah. Copy that. Let's go ahead and let them work directly for branch 10.
Look at all the fire retardant on the ground.
Yeah, copy. Break, branch 10, contingency branch.
They're at Mandeville Canyon Road and Merrimack Road. No, CNBC 18 sucks. Don't use it.
Contingency branch goes in. You'll be assuming the Encino structure group.
All good. We'll have this up and watch this and listen to the scanner. We haven't had a look at all of the sky, so we're just gonna play this for a bit.
Contingency branch 10, you got stepped on. Can you repeat, please?
All good, little Uno. Glad that you're here. Thank you for trying.
For this evening, when the contingency branch goes in on a 12, you'll be assuming the Encino structure group, which is just below you. They're off Reseda, where it transitions from asphalt to dirt.
So the concern now is going to be
Identifiers Encino structure group.
mudslides, right? From
Affirmative, and I'll get you tied in with the division group suit before everything goes down. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
so those fire retardant lines work really well. Yes, they did.
Number, do you have it, or you want me to give it to you real quick?
Let me pause that. Hold on. Yeah, I'll be turning that off. Actually,
Stand by, let me pull over.
let me turn off when they do their phone numbers. I'll turn it down. This is still near Mandeville Canyon Road. There's still resources there on the ground. We haven't had a live look at all. What up, Raisin? What up, everybody? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. K-Cal is live. This is the best one without anybody talking. Nobody's talking right now, except for if I play the scanner, which I paused because he was saying his phone number. Turn that back up now. Thank you, Biz, for subscribing to the channel. Thank you. Appreciate you. There's a helicopter. It's got a bucket. They got to put out everything, guys. They can't let any... Like someone in the chat said, they just got to let it burn out. Absolutely not. They can't let it burn out. Especially with the... There it is. Especially with the winds picking up. They have to put out everything. Because when those winds pick up, they can't use air resources, and that's when it spreads like insane. That's the Black Hawk we're looking at that I pulled up. That blue sky Black Hawk on the flight radar we're tracking. That's another way to verify live video if you're watching live right now, is look at the flight radar. Look at the helicopters that are in the sky, and if you don't see the helicopters match, which they should today, it's easier, then you're watching something old. Like there's no county resources in the sky right now. There's no city resources in the sky other than the private owned ones. And the Chinook was up there, but it just went down. I think it's a couple city contracted flights up in the sky.
Division Yankee, Northwestern Base 6C91, on command.
Unit calling Yankee on command. Can you repeat?
What's that red thing? A bucket.
Yeah, this is C91.
I would assume is a water bucket.
Is that crew 91?
That's affirmed. We are.
Why did it get to... What got to 50,000 acres?
Keep falling off.
Wow.
Entrada and Colina Drive.
They're going to see it. They're going to watch it refill right now.
You can make your that way and contact me on CDF TAC 39.
I know I've told you the acreage every hour, which I should now, but nowhere have I told you it's 50,000 acres. Not one single time. Big bucket. Wow. Containment levels at 11% for the Palisades fire. Chat, I don't know where some of you were like before today watching the LA fire footage, but you were probably lied to, okay? They've been using this reservoir for 3 straight days, getting water. They haven't had a water problem there. I don't know who some of you guys are watching, but it was the wrong person. Okay, what's the actual term for it then? What's the actual term for that thing? What's on a bucket? Is there an actual technical firefighter term for that thing? This is a live image right now, you guys. This is live watching this. Oh no, don't stop. Go, yeah. Stay with the helicopter. Oh wow.
Palisades communications.
We have to watch that whole thing. We don't get to watch it drop on the fire.
Papa trainee, go for communications.
I wonder if firefighter recruiting has gone up back tenfold after this week.
LA County Sheriff respond non-code to drop point 70. We have a valuable item we need to secure in our
collab. It's called a heli bucket. Okay, so we have dumbasses in the chat. Nice. It's not a bucket. Chat. It is actually a bucket.
Copies.
Heli bucket. Perfect.
LEO code 2 drop point 70 to assist in securing a valuable item. I need point of contact and a phone number.
Nuh-uh, Twitter told me it was woke bucket.
Papa trainee, I'll be the point of contact
Something
here at drop
stupid.
point 70. Phone number is 909 900 8180.
Communication copy.
I still don't know what the name for that dozer is, but we're calling it fire dozer. I don't care what the official name of that tool, that machine is, but it's fire dozer. So, Mandeville Canyon Road, Los Angeles, looks like that's where it's looking like a lot of the major spread of the fire is. I'm not seeing it, but that doesn't mean it's not there. It's harder to see during the daytime. Like the mass of fire spread and smoke from yesterday, it looks like it's not as bad, but that's our perspective from here, right? Yeah. There's still fire. It's just harder to see during the daytime. It's in the brush. At nighttime, that's why it looks like it's lava, right? Because it's much easier to see. So the nighttime streams have been intense to watch. It looks like there's just fire everywhere. It's just because it's more visible. And the fact we are still seeing air resources in the sky dropping water on it. There's still fire. Well, here's a live look from the sky at some of the devastation. We've been watching some clips and video, but nothing live yet today.
Ranch 10 on V1.
According to the National... Hold on.
Can I request 2 excavators, type 2s with masticating heads to branch 10? Reporting location will be Division Zoo at the end of Reseda Boulevard.
Blue says, according to the National Interagency Fire Center, bulldozers used... They're called fire dozers.
The Reseda in your branch. Affirmative type 2 excavators and masticating heads, and they'll be on CDF TAC 40 at the end of Reseda Boulevard and Winford Drive.
Look at how some of the houses are just complete, like, some houses are standing.
Get that location one more time.
In that
Reseda Boulevard and Winford, WINFORD Drive, out of the community of Tarzana.
There was like nothing systemic about this fire, about how it'd be like, oh, now it's gonna go to here, and now it's gonna go to here. It was like, there was a direction, but then the winds would change, and then they would go a different direction. But here, I mean, look at how some houses are standing completely, no damage, and then your neighbor has lost everything. That is wild. IRT Media is driving to Altadena right now. Are they live, Doom? IRT Media. Make sure they stay safe and abide by the rules so they don't get in trouble. Don't want any of your favorite streamers getting hemmed up out there. Look at that. Like, those two houses are fine, and then look at the right across the street, just gone. And then the next row, not fine, standing completely, and then next row gone. Because that's how the fire, the stupid embers that were traveling because of the wind speeds.
Deputy Ops Operations on Command B1.
We'll switch over to there in a second. Doom. This is the first live camera look we've seen that isn't a replay, so I want to hold it here for a little bit. Everything else has been showing replays. Wow.
Deputy Operations on Command B1.
This is again, this is Palisades from the sky. Look, lots just completely wiped out. There's like the bricks from the fireplace left. Wow. And you guys are watching the image. This is the Pacific Palisades from the sky. Wonder if we're gonna get a big containment jump in numbers here soon. Wow, and there's whole streets just gone too. Looks like a condo structure.
Branch 10, communications on command.
This is Lackman Lane and Akron Street. Lackman Lane and Akron. Let me pull that up off screen. Where we at? We can see what this neighborhood looked like. This is what did I say? Glen Haven Drive in Maryville. It's just moving around.
Palisades Helco, air operations on command, B1.
Okay, this is in this neighborhood. The Ridgeview Country Estates.
On command.
This is the Ridgeview Country Estates.
Palisades Helco, air operations on command.
All right, let me pull it up on Earth, actually. Why can't I find it here now? I think that's up in here, right? Shoot. Okay, got it. That's in here. So all these houses.
Branch 10, communications.
Are we still talking about these fires? I mean, they're still happening. Enchanted Way and Enchanted Place. Looks like this row of homes is still up here. Wow. So you're going to have the scanner on in the background. Go full screen. That is Pacific Palisades. Thank you, Mandy Cush.
Communications.
Are we losing the sky feed? Might be jammed. Oh, might be losing it. Had it while it lasted. And who else is in the sky? Oh, there it is. Still up there.
Palisades Communications LAV1.
Big W mods. I love my mods. We have great mods here on the channel. That whole cul-de-sac or that ring, it's not a cul-de-sac,
Go
but
ahead for communications.
goes in like a circle back around. That whole, that's
Did you
gone.
want to attempt to relay to branch 10?
Yes, sir. Can you have branch 10 contact Palisades Communications?
Palisades branch 10 LAV1.
Branch 10, go ahead.
Branch 10 landline Palisades Communications when able.
Yeah, branch 10. That's private. Are you guys journalists? Are you guys journalists?
Using the wrong feed on the wrong net. We'll clog the fire net with journalism stuff. This is so wild to look at. Imagine being the person with the last standing house in the street. Or the fact that some houses in the rows are completely standing. It's because of how the winds were taking those fire embers. And they would land on a tree or a bush or a hedge, and then the whole house would go in. Again, this is a sky look at the Pacific Palisades. Just a sky camera from NBC4. No journalists talking or anyone, just the feed. I don't know if there's anything else. This is all we need to see right now. Well, the majority of like the fire, how it looked yesterday, or you just still saw it blazing. And again, just because we can't see it blazing doesn't mean it isn't. There's a lot of smoke in the sky. I mean, look how hazy the feed is here. And the concern is the wind speed that's going to pick up overnight tonight. They're going to have the Santa Ana winds are going to be back. So I'm hoping they can get the fire at a static situation or close to 35% threshold for the Palisades fire. Because they're not going to be able to fly. They won't be able to have night helicopters tonight. No, I don't see any. There's some ground units out there in the houses. I think they're just positioned out there, like it's just their spot they have to stay in, but the fire already went through all this. They're zoomed in. A lot of the reporters are from different news channels, said the homes or family homes destroyed. I think they've given them some time. Well, also, too, the National Guard and the law enforcement have cordoned off areas, too, because of the looting problem. You see the NWS animation of the E-Jet stream right now? It's dipping and whipping. No, can you post that? Was there like a graphic or an animation? Why would you say there's a media blackout when I'm literally live and they're live showing you what it looks like? What media blackout? Have you noticed the lack of live streams today? No, because I'm live and we're watching one. And I already said it's likely because they've been up in the sky for 3 days straight. Well, actually 6 days, but they've been rotating their helicopters. But they need to do maintenance. And especially if the winds are going to pick up here, they're going to have to be up in the sky if things get worse. So they're probably using this lull period, this downtime, to repair the helicopters and maintenance them so they can be back up in the sky. Things are in infinite use. And yeah, and it's expensive too. And rest the crews. Exactly. Because they've been going for days and days. It's like the firefighters. Okay, we can get rid of this one. This one's being difficult. Think about it. Come back tomorrow. Pack it up. Okay, you guys, there's no sound really, but I do have the scanner in the background, just listening for anything further of the Palisades fires. We're waiting for more updates on the containment right now. It's sitting at 11% contained. We're looking at a live view of the devastation of Palisades right now. NPR reports California governor says fires could prove the costliest disaster in U.S. history. I mean, yeah, I don't know if he'd be wrong. These are some of the most. This is the most expensive real estate in the USA. So he could be right. The cleanup costs. Federal government says they're going to support up to 180 days, 100%. Then I'm wondering if California can apply to get that extended, which that would be up to the Trump administration at that point, because they'll be taking over. So we'll see how that goes. But they at least have 180 days. Way more than 1 million. Yeah, 1 million at the least. These houses in the Palisades are very, 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 very expensive. The real estate along Pacific Coast Highway as well, especially. But also just the amount of cleanup too, and the restoring the hills, the forestry. Preventative measures for the mudslides when the rain does come. Be very, very expensive. All right, let's do a update. We'll keep this going, but let's do an update on the full situation. Then I'll pull the live feedback up, because this is the first feed we have. So the Hurst fire, good news, it's at 89%. That is the Hurst fire. Let me pull up, let me 3D map. Open wide. Okay, Hurst fire. 89% contained, 800 acres. That's now the smallest. That's the smallest fire of all of them. There's only 3 left now. So that's 89% contained. That'll be contained by the end of the day. Eaton fire. This is at 27% contained, 14,117 acres. Again, this is the Eaton fire. And then the one we're watching live showing the devastation, which again is going to be in this area. So the live footage is in here, showing all the orange. And again, everything the orange is touched is where the fire has destroyed completely. So it's much of the Palisades, much of the Pacific Palisades, and that's where we're seeing the camera in the sky. It's flying over this right now. So that is the latest updates. Let me see if there's anything in the watch duty really quick for any new announcements as we're waiting for further. Less than a minute ago, there's a 2 p.m. press conference. Okay. So we'll get the latest from the city at 2 p.m. Remember that. So what time? That's in what, 40 minutes from now, LA or Cali? It's 3:22 p.m. my time. No, it's in. No, it'll be in like a few hours from now. You guys are 2 hours behind me. So at 6 o'clock my time, 4 o'clock California. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. I'm slow. Sorry, it's Sunday. 2 p.m. California time. I don't know why I thought this said 4. So in literally 48 minutes, 47 minutes from now. Okay, got it. I'm in there. Tune in live here. Perfect. It's already set up. So we'll get the latest from the city here in the Palisades fire. I'm in there. Yep. Okay, what else we got? Okay, so that was posted. Another update an hour ago. World Central Kitchen is serving free meals to those affected by the Palisades fire, including first responders at the following locations. There's a Main Street in Santa Monica, 2731 Main Street, 2732 Main Street, Santa Monica, California, 15045 Sunset Boulevard, Pacific Palisades, 516 Santa Monica Boulevard, Santa Monica. And then we just heard, oh, this is a different resource. So to provide additional support, LA, this is the Department of Water and Power, will be distributing bottled water to the affected customers at the following distribution locations: Brentwood Country Club and the Palisades Recreation Center. You shouldn't be, if you're in the, oh, that's the other thing I should remind anyone. If you're in the evacuation warning or order area at all of any of this, you cannot drink the tap water. It's absolutely toxic beyond belief. So they're just trying to distribute water. It looks like the Department of Water and Power will be doing that. Do not drink the water. And maybe we'll get an update on containment during the press conference. So again, that's coming up here. Okay, cool. Anything else on the Eaton fire? Anything new? 3 hours ago. There's a community meeting today for the Eaton fire. I don't think there's going to be anything. I'm not hearing any like major operations over it anymore at this point. So I'm wondering if we'll get a big jump in containment percentage by the end of today or by the late afternoon. What is happening with the tens of thousands? I'm not sure. I'm tracking the fires. The fire right now is headed towards Brentwood. It's heading in that direction. It has been since yesterday. We're watching the fire crews, or at least those in the sky here. Let me pull up the flight radar again. They're still going at it. There's a Black Hawk. This one has some green on it. Silver, green, and black. Some of the state, I'm guessing it's the state contracted private helicopters. There's the blue sky one we saw with the bucket, with the heli bucket. And someone in chat was like, no, it's not a bucket, silly. There it is, actually, sitting right next to the thing. We literally watched that fly. I think they're still in the sky, though. Yep. So there still is some live coverage here. We haven't had any from the sky at all. until just recently. So let's go back to it. Again, this is Pacific Palisades, the Bambi bucket. Juniper Jones, is that real? Do you have like an actual, is there a tweet on that, or where are you getting that from? What up, cat dog? You can play, I'm gonna pull up the county dispatch too. The net's pretty clear right now. I appreciate that, Mitch. On his Twitter, he wrote that. Did he just post it? Oh, they're nice. They're waves are picking up. You talking about the wind for the wind? You guys are looking at live image of Pacific Palisades.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells.
A commercial? A scanner commercial?
Division Papa. Palisades Communications. Come in, Figueroa.
Correct. Come down Figueroa from Rosecrans to 152nd Street. Small Street. We're in the rear.
Yeah, the winds are going to pick up tonight. 40 to 70 mile an hour winds.
Division Papa Trainee, Palisades Communications. Command.
You see, let me pull that up. Wow. So the other thing I cover is the Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I did it
Branch 10, contingency branch.
the other night, but here President Zelensky of Ukraine. Today I instructed Ukraine's Minister of Internal Affairs and our diplomats to prepare for the possible participation of our rescuers in combating the wildfires in California. The situation there is extremely difficult, and Ukrainians can help save American lives. This is currently being coordinated, and we have offered our assistance to the American side through the relevant channels. 150 of our firefighters are already prepared.
Hey, I'm at the bottom of Reseda right now, and there's two excavators with masticating heads sitting down here waiting on inspection. Talking to them, they're assigned to East Contingency, but I'm assuming you want to brush the road heading up Reseda?
Sounds like Ukrainian firefighters are going to be on the
Just
way.
have them go directly to Division Zulu Trainee on CDF Dock 40.
Yeah, I copy. Let me try to expedite the inspection, and we'll get them working. I copy.
Got the flight radar up. You've seen all the helicopters in the sky. So it looks like there's a fire still. It says large. Santa Monica Mountain Park sign. I'm gonna figure out where this would be. Okay, so the summit. It's like up in here. Let me try to figure out. You just got to look at the flight patterns of the helicopters, and then I can tell you whereabouts the fire is. So about right in here still. Fire is in here. That's where they're doing their circles and they're doing their patterns. They're going right back to this reservoir, filling up with water. Maybe even here. This looks like where they're bringing it to, and then they go back. I'm wondering if it's even just here, if I can pinpoint it even better. Because this is about where they turn around. They're doing some loops in here, and then they turn around from here, and then they head back to the reservoir. So actually, it might be in this spot. Which would narrow that down to like over here. Then they turn around and head back. And they're doing flight patterns like this. And then they're looping in here, and then they're flying back to the reservoir. They're doing that a shitload of times. And the other one is over here. Over by Mandeville Canyon. There's still a couple that fires. Let me check the NASA firms. The NASA firms is accurate still. That's where we're seeing the helicopters fly over. This is where it can be seen from outer space. Here's today. Wow, what a change too. That's about where we're seeing them fly. That's the spot. There's the reservoir. Like 3 layers of check here. That's where they're flying, and they go, they're doing over here, then they're flying back. They're doing their patterns. And then here's the other one that we're seeing, this one. They're doing their flight patterns. It's like a figure 8, kind of. 2 of them. So it's reduced even more, according to NASA firms. And again, this is a satellite imagery of fires you can see from outer space. So again, look how much it's reduced, which is good news. It went from that first day, second day, third day, down to what we're looking at here. That's really good. But again, it's still like it's not like, oh, we're in the clear yet, or oh, it's over. Because these winds that are coming tonight, that's the only reason why everyone's still like on their seat, on edge about the fires, and why we're not in like, oh, it's all done now, period. Because of the winds tonight that are coming. But it's really good news of how far the fire has been put out to this point. Then here's the Eaton fire. Couple of hot spots. Here's where it went from a week when it started, a couple days ago. And now it's dwindled down. That's really good to see. A couple hot spots there. And again, that's this Hurst fire will be put out by the end of the day. That'll be done. By the end of today, we'll only be down to the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. That's really good to see. Okay, we got the press conference coming up in a little under 15 minutes, so we'll get the latest information possible. Yeah, that's going to be where we're getting the latest. And then these places will update as the press conference goes on. Good to see World Central Kitchen out there. All right, anyone have any questions so far on the fires situation? What's happening? Thanks for all this info. Of course, it's all available information. Are they still in the sky? No, they just finished. Yep, just finished in the sky too. Anyone else in the sky now? We're up there for 44 minutes. Garbage. Is live now on Fox even? Nope, they're doing something else. Garbage. 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 Look at this one. This one's showing footage from when? Is it nighttime in California right now? Don't think so. Garbage. The fire doesn't even look like that. We just saw a sky image. They're playing footage from the first night. Trash. Just trash. So many people watching it though. That's what's crazy. You think eventually they'd be like, oh, this looks like a repeat, or like it looks like we're watching a loop here. I guess not. Here's another view of the DC-10 coming in we saw yesterday. Now planes continue to make drops. This is Aaliyah over Pacific Palisades fire in Brentwood. Actually, no, this is the skinny. This isn't. Is that the DC-10 or the smaller one? Oh, that is the DC-10, isn't it? Flying super low.
Go ahead for engine 55.
That's the DC-10. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's the DC-10. The other one looks smaller a little bit.
Go ahead for engine 55.
So these are some on-the-ground clips from what we couldn't see yesterday.
51 Alpha.
That's a different plane.
Go ahead for engine 55.
Mod iBlue says that is not the DC-10. The DC-10 has 3 engines on one trail. Okay, that's the Bay 146. It's a Bay.
Ambulance 1, Palisades communication.
Wow. No, that's fire retardant they were dropping.
Ambulance 1, Palisades communication.
Yeah, they're flying super close to the hillside, weren't they?
Go ahead for ambulance 1.
Any official advice for preparing?
Palisades communications. Need you to start heading code 2 to 20920 PCH for a sheriff deputy. Foot injury.
I mean, I don't know. I've never had to evacuate. I've watched people evacuate though.
Copies 20920 PCH, code 2.
You grab your essential documents, basically, your birth certificate, your social security card, again, any important documents about your identity, and then at that point, anything you can just hold in your hands. Basically, you don't want to grab everything. Anything super valuable, right? That again is like you can put in your pocket maybe, or a backpack. Yeah, I'm counting like items. Obviously your family members, obviously your pets and your kids for sure. They were saying like items wise. Okay, so that was from Aaliyah on Twitter. Aaliyah Scootercaster is out there. She has a bunch of clips. We can continue to go through some of them. We're waiting for further live coverage, but also we're waiting for a press conference in a little under 10 minutes from now on the latest. And then we'll go through, after the press conference, we'll get the latest sitrep and check the flight radar and the scanner. So Aaliyah posted, I'm glad that I could be here and help with...
Charlie, Zulu, go ahead.
Help with the resources. Firefighter from Washington spoke as they help battle Brentwood Pacific Palisades fire. Over 3,700 firefighters are in the area today, with groups positioned at each home under the threat. So on the stream yesterday, we watched some of these fires get very close to the houses, and they were thankfully put out like pretty quick.
Isaac, I just need a toy hose nozzle. Toy hose? Yeah. Outlet, Mercado,
29. So we're out of Washington, Sky Valley Fire, Snohomish County, District 26.
We got the call, I want to say Tuesday night, to come down here. So we
Badass.
right away and started trekking down here. And then we just got out on the line today. So this is our first spot.
Washington firefighters.
I'm glad that I can be here and make some difference, you know. I'm just glad that we have the resources to be able to send down here and help them out.
When they do that, try to get under and eat something. Don't be standing out in the middle of it.
Turning off the... Unplugging the grill.
I've been to a few that have been really big, but never to the scale of destruction with houses specifically. Most of the fires I've been on, it's been more wilderness. But this is the first one that I've seen with such bad destruction.
Branch 7, Branch 5, command.
Branch 7.
Division Victor has a rubber tracked excavator. When he is done with that, can you please pass that along to Branch 5?
Right up the hill from him.
Branch 7, Branch 5, prepare to copy the E number specific to that piece of equipment.
Wow. That is footage from Aaliyah out there in Freedom News TV with the firefighters. Oh boy. Oh God. Yuck. Earlier today, a nationalist network group has given themselves armbands to differentiate from Black Bloc and as they collected donations. Ryan, known for Sieg Heiling outside of CPAC, said today they are receiving donations from all Americans and are giving them to everyone who needs. Oh boy. Nothing like Nazis collecting donations.
Branch 7 on command.
Yuck, dude.
They were wearing just all black, so
Branch 5?
in case some Black Bloc and people showed up for different...
I got your fill, E6.
Wait, so what would the... Oh, so you would mix them up with your guys?
On scene of the medical 20920 Pacific Coast Highway. The ambulance is responding. You can cut them down to code 2. No additional assistance required.
A little over 5 minutes for the press conference. Aggressively incel.
Communications copies.
They'll never know the touch of a woman.
Code 2.
That's older video.
Assistance required.
That's from nighttime.
Copy, thank you.
This from the fire, what was this? This had to have been Friday night? Friday night into Saturday. That's when the National Guard was starting to get put out there.
Romeo 3-1 trainee on air to ground.
National Guard troops deployed around the Palisades fire. Isn't there a look at how the National Guard is laid out?
Branch 5, Branch 7, you have self-service.
Yeah, I got it, Mar. Go ahead. Give me a call.
Put in the comments where you're tuned in from. We got CalFire coverage here.
68.
If you're just tuning in.
50 Alpha Trainee.
We'll have a press conference here shortly.
Hey, John, can you give the address for the apartment building?
Look at some of the aid being put out.
Down where you guys are at on that bulkhead. I don't have it in front of me.
Copy that.
We got New York, not sunny Florida. It's not sunny in Florida today, huh? Ohio's tuned in. Bakersfield.
Palisades Communication, Ambo 1.
Hello from Sydney. Minnesota, Las Vegas, Fort Hamilton Beach, Ontario.
Ambo 1, go for communication.
Karen says it's how many lives have actually been lost. It's terrible. Those caught of arson, I hope they get the biggest amount of time in prison. I agree. Baltimore, Netherlands, Singapore, Canada, Michigan, Birmingham, Alabama, Alaska, all around the world. This was the firefighters from Mexico that arrived. Really cool to see. The Mexican flag on the plane. We saw that clip already. We saw that clip. Incredible. I'm actually going to retweet this one. I'm going to repost that one. That one's incredible. More tanker flight footage. The other one was incredible. It was right up next to it. Okay. Amazing. Oh, amazing how Aaliyah gets all that equipment. I want to do that. I got to find somebody that can fund me, though. That's what it is. Connections. Got to make more connections, and I can get out there myself. I've been doing I've just been going. No one's telling me to. My chat does. My chat's like, hey, you should go cover this, and I do. But I don't have anybody that would be able to connect me to get into the embedding with the fire department. But I would do that. I absolutely would do that. I would go in bed right with them and cover what they're doing. Still waiting. We got, what, another minute? Actually, the press conference is going to be in 10 minutes, but I think they're going to just get the feed started at least in about a minute. Still covering the SoCal fires if I win the lottery. Oh, thank you, Sator. I appreciate that. Oregon City, Oregon tuned in. Oregon City, Oregon. Hello from Portland. Good to see you, Sean. Your state tried to send support, but they were not accepted and told to stay home. Your cousin had his gear packed and ready to go, but they were not allowed. The mayor of LA rejected him. What city? Paradise, California. Fremont, California. Yes, Mexico sent, for countries, Mexico and Canada both sent resources. Canada sent the super scoopers, but then somebody flew their drone in the sky. And then downed one of them. And then the plane couldn't fly. And then Mexico sent firefighters. Coastal Georgia in the chat. New York City. They rejected New York. California. Is there a story about this? Who wrote, LA Mayor Karen Bass rejects assistance from New York. Newsom accepts help from Mexico. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass rejected an offer from New York Fire Department to help battle deadly wildfires scorching the Golden State. As of Friday morning, California fires have burned more than 10,000 homes. New York Fire Commissioner Robert Tucker extended the offer in recent days. According to the report, JetBlue agreed to pay for the firefighters' fares. Mexico is sending crews to help contain the Eaton fire. California is deeply grateful for President Claudia Shine's support as we work to suppress the LA wildfires. A partnership and shared commitment to helping the community is greatly needed. On a call with Fox News Digital on Friday, FDNY officials said they would prepare a statement. However, minutes later, they responded with an email saying, we're currently unable to confirm or comment on this. Sounds like it's unclear. Unable to confirm or comment. New York Post is junk. Fox News is junk. As of Friday, okay, New York Fire Commissioner Robert Tucker extended the offer in recent days. Although the Post reported that the offer had been spurned, Los Angeles Deputy Mayor of Communications Zach Seidel said the report was not true. This is false. We have never rejected resources. LA welcomes any and all help to fight the fires. That's what Zach Seidel said in response. I don't know why that part wasn't included in the other article. It's like the same article, but this part was left out. It's almost the exact same. It's the exact same article, but just this shit was left out. Weird. Not weird. It's literally copy and pasted. It ends the exact same. Crazy. Ukrainian firefighters to California is a smart PR, and yep. Well, Zelensky stood with Ukraine with the U.S. every time. There's also a report on how the firefighters ran out of water. What was the other one that took out that part of the article? Whiffin? Whiffin.com, news, sports, and weather. Did I just miss that part? No, it's the same article. They just took that part out. Well, the New York Post put it in there. This is false. We have never rejected resources. LA welcomes any and all help to fight the fires. So they keep it in the New York Post article. See if Fox News kept it in there. Oh, they kept it in there too. So LA says, not true. Fake news. We've accepted any and all help. Just give me the temporary military government already? For what? You want a military government in California? For what? Or military? I don't want a military government. No, thank you. I served in the military. No, thanks. I feel like only are you a veteran? I feel like only people that have never served are like cool with that. Like, it's not. That would suck. Have fun. Yeah, wake up and do PT at 4 in the morning. 31 minutes ago, we're waiting for this news conference. I'm deploying 1,000 more CalGuard service members to LA as we battle unprecedented wildfires in the region. The approximately 2,500 service members are mobilized will continue assisting local public safety efforts in communities devastated by the fires. Just a look at the National Guard positioned out there. It looks like it's along PCH, Pacific Coast Highway. 6 minutes until this press conference begins. We get the latest information. As you guys can see, the helicopters are still flying over the same areas we've mapped. Still putting out the fires around the Mandeville Canyon region. Still out there. Grabbing water from the reservoirs. When you stop seeing them do loops into the reservoir, then they're not, the operations to put out fire is changed at least. I think they'll still have on the ground fire resources, like the ones ruck marching up there, digging fire breaks with the tools and the fire dozer. But when you stop seeing this, when you stop seeing the helicopter loop into the reservoir, then the air resources have ceased, at least, either for the day or in general. But they're still grabbing out of both of them. I don't think we have any footage in the sky. I don't think we have any footage in the sky yet at this time. Oh. It's 5 minutes. Those hills had up to 50 years of growth. Been watching from Newport, Oregon. I'm super happy to have you, Newport, Oregon. Guard ain't there to help us assist. They're here for a military takeover of California. True. Super true. Holy fuck. Sorry. Yeah, they're definitely not there to stop the people from looting and stealing things. They're there for we're going to see a coup, actually. Military is going to take over Cali. That's what's happening. How's my back? It's doing okay. Doing better. I actually had unfortunate news that I'm dealing with in the background. My grandmother got very, very sick with COVID, and she's gonna have to be. She's in hospice care now, so not the best of family news in the background. That's why I was a little late today.
Ambulance 1, Palisades Communications.
Heart rate's very low.
Patient AMA'd. We're clearing the call and returning to drop point 5.
So we're just waiting for the press conference to begin.
Copies. Patient AMA returning to drop point 5.
LA Palisades, Helco on command.
We're waiting for this press conference to begin.
Go ahead for LA on command.
They're requesting a air attack over the fire, 1545, air attack 140 out of Camarillo. We've been in contact.
She's 90 now.
LA copies air attack from Camarillo. Confirm the ETA over.
1545.
1545.
Listening to the comms. We got the scanner in the background too, and I'll kind of have it turned down a little bit in case something like very important comes up over the net while we're listening to the press conference. Appreciate all the well wishes. Appreciate that all. After the press conference, we'll do a latest report on the fires from the maps, and then we'll check out the Gavin Newsom interview. I think he did one. This video as well. We should watch Tuesday later on. We had an interview he held. Yeah. Whole interview. We'll watch that after. Same with this. Fire and ash devastation in LA. Oh wait, was this a news broadcast or just shows?
As the fire pressed close to the Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah, we can watch that later. While we're waiting for more information. I think really it's like kind of waiting to see how much work gets done in containing the fire today, and then what's going to happen with these Santa Ana winds tonight. I'm really hoping they're not going to push any of the fire that's still out there anywhere, or make it as bad as it was the first night. 40 to 70 mile an hour winds are expected tonight. You're just recovering from it, Kersey. I'm hoping you recover well. Yeah, she's very old, so it affects her different. I don't know, Jeff. Yeah, I don't know. The press conference should be starting any moment now, you guys. We'll have the latest info. We got the flight radar up, scanner on in the background. All the maps, 3D map of the situation, showing us a containment watch duty app for all the alerts. NASA Firms is up. Satellite image of the fires. Nothing good for feeds. That's for the Vikings and the Rams play tomorrow night. I'm a diehard Vikings fan. I'm from Minnesota. So my team was supposed to play the Rams in LA. Now they got to go play in Phoenix. I thought that was AP News was doing live feeds out there. Maybe they're not anymore now.
Branch 5, Division Juliet West, on command.
Okay, should be any minute now. Any minute now. That's the new weather report. We got that one already. 40 to 70 mile an hour winds are coming. See, where's the reservoirs? Pulling from this one, and they're pulling from this one. Here's where the operations are.
Hey, just want to let you know we got a structure fire on 1441 Floresta Place.
Floresta Place. That's Palisades.
1521 Charlie will be taking command. They'll be the point of contact, and they have resources on scene that they need.
Structure fire at 1441 Floresta. That's his house. This one.
Division Mike, Palisades Communications.
What's the wind forecast? 40 to 70 mile an hour winds tonight. It's going to be bad again for winds. Don't know if it'll be bad for fires, but for wind, it'll be bad. You guys could take a moment, hit the like button on the stream. Just helps the algorithm. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you haven't done so.
Division Mike, Palisades Communication on command.
Palisades Communication, go ahead for Division Mike training.
Ryan Macbeth talked about the disinformation. Yeah, it's...
Division Mike training. We have a call from Metro about a backyard on fire. Address 17653 West Camino de Yatasto.
Camino de this is Palisades as well.
Repeat the address and the type of call.
Backyard on fire. That's not too far from the other fire right now.
Division Mike trading. Call is for fire in the backyard. Address is 17653.
No street view.
West Camino de Yatasto.
Okay, they have tennis courts in their yards here. No wonder why there's no street camera. No street view of this neighborhood.
Not catch the last word, you were broken.
This house has a tennis court and a swimming pool. It's like Michael's house from GTA 5.
Last word is Yatasto. Going to be Yankee, Alpha, Tango, Alpha, Sierra, Tango, Oscar.
Copy.
So backyard fire there.
Palisades Communications, LAV-11 Able.
Backyard fire and a structure fire.
LA, go for communications.
Palisades Communications reported grass fired next to structure.
Is it gated?
1557 South.
Oh yeah, super
Monte
gated.
Viento. 1557 South Monte Viento.
Oh yeah, control point there. Yeah, you're not getting in there, bucko.
Palisades Communications copies.
Road's closed.
Grass fire near structure.
Same with this one.
1557 South Monte Viento.
Might be a better look here without getting dizzy. There you go. So there's a backyard fire up in there. Gated community. Same with this one. And we'll keep an eye on that. Couple fires in that area. To the southeast. What was it on? What was the last fire on? Floresta Place, which is right here. There's a structure fire in Floresta Place, and then they just said the backyard was on fire of house up here. There's still some fire issues within this area. I don't know if it's at the scale we saw it yesterday. Didn't look like it from the sky feed, but again, that it's daytime and it's harder to see where the fires are. They were blazing so crazy yesterday and the day before and the day before that. So I'm hoping we get
Task Force 11 on command.
a percentage increase in how much the fire has been put out. Which again, it's at 11% containment right now. 11% containment, 23,713 acres.
Division Uniform, Palisades Communications.
Still waiting for the press conference. Helicopters are still working.
Palisades Communication, Division Uniform training.
What are the wind conditions right as of right now?
Division Uniform training, Palisades Communication. Have a call from Metro for grass fire near structure. Address 1557 South Monte Viento.
1557 South Monte Viento. Wind isn't a lot right now.
Uniform training copies.
Intense Santa Ana winds. This is AccuWeather. Forecasters warn that another blustery setup can develop from Monday to Wednesday.
Be advised your nearest cross is going to be Piema and Shuren Road.
Uniform training copies.
Following the devastating fires that expanded across the areas of Los Angeles and Ventura counties over the last week resulted in multiple fatalities. We're up to 16. AccuWeather forecasters warn that another round of dangerous Santa Ana winds are expected early this week. Another windy setup, a trough developing offshore from Southern California is paired with high pressure centered over the west will create yet another setup for dry offshore winds from Monday to Wednesday. Magnitude and timing of the most intense wind gusts next week will depend on the location of a storm off the Pacific coast. Forecasters warn that this upcoming round of strong winds from Monday to early Wednesday can rival the initial event that allowed the Palisades, Eaton, and Hurst fires to rapidly spread. Damn. So the winds could be even worse. Even with winds of this magnitude can make firefighting efforts extremely challenging and cause ongoing blazes to spread hastily. The AccuWeather local storm max for this wind event is 100 miles per hour. My God. They had 80 to 90 miles. There was some that got up to the upper 80s on what was it, Tuesday night. Man, this is gonna be worse for wind. Well, that'll be late tonight and then into Wednesday. So it is paramount that they get as much of this fire put out as possible. The winds are expected to be gusty from northeast to east direction during the early week period, with humidity levels remaining low. The dry conditions to persist early week. Relative humidity levels are expected to generally remain below 20 to 30% early next week.
Trainee, Task Force 11 on command.
Across much of Southern California, the dry setting paired with the return of blustery conditions will mean a continuance of the extreme fire threat throughout the region.
Last call for Task Force reports. Small duffer, well in the black. They have all units can handle.
The dry landscape is in dire need of moisture, forecasters say. The parched vegetation has provided a ready supply of fuel for the area fires scorching the region. Dating back to April of last year,
Division Mike, trainee, Palisades Communications.
Los Angeles has not yet crested the 1 inch. You haven't had even just an inch of rain since April of last year? What the This is a period when downtown LA typically receives 5 to 6 inches of rain, and you haven't even hit 1 inch since April of 2024.
Palisades Communications for Division Mike training, go ahead.
Unfortunately, locations across the southwestern portions of South Central states are projected to remain below the historical average.
Division Mike trainee, Palisades Communications. We have LAPD officer on scene at 1403 Cuesta Linda Drive, reporting a stack of railroad ties that are smoldering.
Gabby.
They are in the sky now.
Homes.
Yeah.
They're all gone.
It's tough to see. We know the Palisades fire.
Oh, they're getting ready for the press conference. That's why.
Fire in California state history, and the Eaton fire, actually the second most destructive fire in California state history, and the most destructive in the Los Angeles, Southern California region. So the destruction that we have seen played out over this past week is just, in many cases, unlike anything that anyone has ever seen or reported on or covered. Just some shocking stuff for everybody.
Yeah, we've reported on fires. We've reported on deadly fires, and we've reported on fires in Santa Ana wind events. Never before, I think, have either of us or any of us seen a situation like what we saw on Tuesday into Wednesday, where the winds were so strong they had to ground all aerial assaults. Yeah. And there were it was so widespread, and firefighters were so spread out and spread thin that the resources just could not be in enough places at once. And we saw a fire completely unchecked march through an urban populated area that we have never seen before. We always go and we see
Division Charlie, Branch 1 trainee on command.
We watch the airdrops. None of that was happening. This was completely unchecked, and this is what happens. The aftermath is what's on your screen on the right side, row after row, and on the left side is a live picture, just scanning this dark gray landscape. And you see some utility workers, trucks moving through there. This is going to be a long time to rebuild. We mentioned this last night, how long it takes to build a house. If you lose your house in just a simple home fire, how many months and how much money it takes and how much red tape you have to go through to rebuild one house. And we're talking at least 12,000 structures lost between the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, and that number could grow even higher. Where this is going to go for all of these families over the next
9120 Charlie on
5
command.
years, 10 years, how long?
It's going to take a long time. How long do you think it's going to take to rebuild this while we're waiting for the press conference to start? We're going to watch it right off the YouTube channel instead of the news. How many, decade maybe?
Is just not whole until all of those aspects are able to be back up and running again. And yeah, that takes months, years, decades. You know?
9120 Charlie, Branch 1 on command. If you're at drop point 13, I'll tie in with you there.
If none of your neighbors are there, is it a community any longer? The school is
Division Alpha, 9120 Charlie's at drop point 13.
Are, both burned down. And if we could zoom in on this, what are we seeing here?
Is that the backyard fire?
So we see some smoke coming from what looks like a rather large property, and it's tough to see from this perspective.
Alcima
Avenue. That is a large group of homes, and we see some smoke coming from behind.
The thing I'm concerned about too is knowing the winds are coming. There's already been people that have done fucked things out there. There's already been people that have been engaging in terrible activity.
No visible alarms. Check the callback for recess.
Turn it back up.
Keep an eye on.
Yeah, for sure.
And it looks like it's now picking up a little bit. We'll see if we can find some kind of firefighter response. It doesn't look like there is much active burn or active smoke in the area, so this is likely to draw attention rather quickly. But here we are on day 6, and that is not what you want to see, especially in an area where homes survived.
Division Charlie,
things that was certain.
Branch 1 trainee on command.
What is that? Alcima Avenue. I don't hear him talking about it.
I need an engine in your division at a grass fire beneath a house that's unburned off of Los Lomos and Anoka Court. And I'll meet somebody at Sunset and Anoka Court. I'm sorry.
Anoka Place.
Sunset and Los Lomos.
There's another one too.
Copy. Sunset and Los Lomos.
That's the same neighborhood, but we're looking at a different one here. What is that? I don't know if that's not the same spot.
Branch 1 trainee from Charlie. I'm sending strike team 6840 Alpha.
Why are people looting? Are they looting?
I could just use an engine. I don't think we need a strike team, but send me somebody.
Copy, they're en route.
They're looting any of it, anything they can find. In a lot of the devastated areas, there's still houses that are still completely standing and everything's there, so they have to provide protection. Let's turn back up the news.
One might be tending to this fire. It's really tough to tell what is happening.
Anoka Drive.
We will keep an eye on this. I know, Michelle, as we await for this press conference that was scheduled to begin around 2 p.m. from CalFire to give an update on the Palisades fire. One of the bright spots that has come out of this has been the reaction of Southern California. There was basically a pop-up event that started.
Oh, we can watch.
A racetrack. And this is continuing here.
Dream Center accepting donations.
Dream Center, in Echo Park. Many people are probably familiar with the Dream Center and the work they do in the community. And so the Dream Center holding this large event today as well. I had some friends personally who were out there volunteering. Again, just another show of the tremendous support from people not impacted by this fire to rally around and help those who are really in need of assistance right now, who had their businesses, their homes, and everything just burned to nothing in these fires. So this is live right now at the Dream Center. As you see what looks like volunteers loading up things into cars. We would imagine some of the people there are getting the supplies. Some of the people there are volunteering their time and efforts to make sure those who are in need of these things get them. So we've seen many examples of that, local businesses feeding first responders, feeding those who are without homes. I mean, it's just endless, the amount of support. As we've seen the worst of Mother Nature, we've seen the best of human nature and humankind. It's, everybody's got to kind of, teamwork makes the dream work to get us through this. I mean, resiliency is all you can kind of lean on in times like this.
And we keep hearing SoCal Strong. It is on display every day. There are 2 ways to help here. If you want to donate, at the Dream Center, their address is 2301 Bellevue Avenue in Los Angeles. It's 90026. And it's all the things you could think of: food, water, clothing, supplies, whatever you think someone would need in a disaster like this. That's what they are accepting. Or you can just donate. You can go to dreamcenter.org/donate.
Dream Center.
Dreamcenter.org/donate to give money. And that is what we've seen. Those donation centers at that's now at Santa Anita Racetrack, they are full. They're basically at capacity for donations, and for the next several days it will be people coming to pick up what has been donated. But they say they always just need money.
Right.
You know, people don't have homes right now, so rebuilding their lives isn't something they're doing right now. If you gathered all the stuff you need, they would have nowhere to put it. And so right now it's just survival. And when the rebuild starts, that's when they'll need.
They're gonna need a lot of water.
And that comes from money and monetary donations. So that's another way to do it.
We should also mention the Dream Center does appear to have temporary housing also for people that are displaced. Not sure on the number of beds they have or the capacity they have, but for people looking to have a place to stay, the Dream Center might be an option that you can look into.
Okay, it looks like we are getting close to starting here. We see Sheriff Robert Luna up on stage, some CalFire members, those are in the red hats, and other officials. I see Lindsay Horvath, I believe, city council member. I think that's who that is in the yellow jacket, but we will hear from these folks here shortly. Again, we are waiting for this update from Zuma Beach. This is at the command post, CalFire command post, covering the Palisades fire. We are expecting an update. I expect to hear new numbers on the size. And now they are all exiting stage left. So we will figure out what is happening here. And as we await more word, looks like someone from the National Guard might be there. And
what's going on with this fire?
More look from Air 7. But as we await the start of that press conference, we are keeping an eye back in Pacific Palisades at the smoke plume that has popped up behind
I'd like to request an LA City fire investigator to the reported structure fire location. It does not appear to be in relationship to the Palisades incident.
See, that's the shit I'm worried about. So he's requesting an investigator on one of those reported house fires. That's the shit I'm worried about for the next couple days. The winds are coming back.
Branch 5, communications. Understand you want an LA City fire investigator. Can you give the address for the structure fire?
Yeah, what is it? Send it. This is for a couple of the new fires we're hearing.
That'll be 1441 Floresta Lane.
That's the Floresta one. He's requesting an investigator, which again, that means, and he says it doesn't think it's connected to the Palisades fire, right?
Correction on the street, Floresta Place.
This house right here. 1441, one of the ones we looked at.
Branch 5, communication, copy.
And we'll see if we hear anything further on that one.
If you make contact, can you give me an ETA, please?
Branch 5, communications, copies.
Hear further on that one. That's what, I mean, I think when some of these investigations come out, like the Hollywood Hills incident, the Kenneth Fire one, we still haven't gotten anything, we still haven't gotten anything concrete official. And that arson too, hold on, let me see. I don't think this one went anywhere. Let me see. Potential update. Arson charges. Law enforcement in Southern California detained possible arson suspect on Friday, but the allegation the man started the fire had been determined to be unfounded. So I know that was the first time we had a suspect for arson. It was unfounded.
Branch 7 safety. Victor Trainee on V1.
We're back to square one officially. For official truths about the cause of the fires.
Branch 7 safety. Victor Trainee, are you available to take a report on minor damage to an agency vehicle in Division Victor?
That's affirmative. Location?
Be 2300 Tuna Canyon Road.
2300 Tuna Canyon Road.
Victor Trainee.
Thank you for coming on live. We've seen repeats all day. Of course, Mar, make sure you guys have your notification bell set to all.
Division Charlie, communications.
We've been live for about 3 hours today so far. We've only had a couple instances of live aerial coverage, but there's plenty of other resources to listen to. How can us foreign members help? I know firsthand a very small percentage of donations to large charities actually go to the cause. But like they said, there's
Division Charlie, communications.
some of the resources in the city are available. The convention centers, like we just saw in that report, are
11% contained, and we have 4,000.
Where's the
Branch 5
personnel assigned to this incident? We're going to have our operations section chief jump it off with an operational overview.
Are we going to get the actual feed from the? So I guess it started.
Hello, my name is Christian Wicks. I'm a battalion chief with LA County Fire. On this incident, on the Palisades fire, I am partnered up with California CalFire Team 2 as operations section chief. So looking at the Palisades fire, we'll start over here on the Malibu side. Coming on the top half, which is more of a wildland fire, going across the edge, we have crews in there continuing to work the fire's edge. There's still heat. You're not going to see a lot of flame activity out there. It's looking really good as far as activity, low activity, but there's still heat all along the edges. So we have resources, hand crews, engine companies out there scouring the edge, mobbing up the edge, securing those edges, continuing to put those control lines in to make sure that we have no fire progression or limit it as much as possible. As we come around,
I'll be right back with you guys. Just gotta use the bathroom. Good bathroom time for me.
Neighborhoods of Fernwood, Montanito, Topanga Oaks, and Sylvia Park. We want to make sure we continue to protect and defend those communities. So we have resources in there doing structure defense tactics. What that is clearing brush, clearing the area around from the structures to make sure there's no adverse fire effects to those structures if the fire does move. Coming up top, we did have some activity here yesterday. You saw a good plume coming out of what we're calling Division Zulu, which is around the Mulholland unpaved road, or Dirt Mulholland as the locals call it, and hit it with aircraft, and we have hand crews in there now. Only minimal activity, but you will see some smoke up there, some flare-ups interior. But the crews are in there and just separating the fuel from the black and the green. That's what we do, is we take the fuel away so there's nothing left to burn, so that we secure that edge and limit any kind of western fire progression. And again, number one priority is always life and structure, so we're stopping it from there. The top of Dirt Mulholland, as we come across the top of the fire, still have those crews patrolling that area, doing work deeper and deeper, getting that, securing that edge as wide as we can, as we're doing around the whole perimeter of the fire. And then coming around, dropping down into Mandeville Canyon. So that's another hot part. We have a couple smokers in there, but the edge is looking really good coming down to Mandeville Canyon Road. But the resources are still diligent in there, going in between the structures, behind the structures, securing that edge. Again, pulling on any kind of vegetation that might come into play and securing it and doing what we can for the communities of Mandeville. As we come around down from the bottom all the way around to PCH to connect back, we have the communities of Westridge, Brentwood, Riviera, the Palisades, Temescal Canyon, Malibu. What we're doing in there, it's more of a structure issue that we're dealing with there. So we have crews in there scurrying around all the streets, patrolling, finding any hot spots that they may found around the structures, concentrating on the structures that are still standing so that we make sure that nothing comes in them. So they're going all the way around using hose line, hand tools, whatever they need to do to make that safe for that structure and the home and defend. And again, number one priority is always life in the structure defense. We always plan to keep the fire as small as we can, but we prepare for something bigger. We always have resources out there looking on the outside, building a contingency line, which is an extra line on a different layer on the outside all around the fire. Still utilizing an abundance amount of aircraft. We have airplanes, we have helicopters, even drones. We're dropping retardant, we're dropping water everywhere we can, again, to secure that edge all around the fire. And we also use the drones and planes that have IR capability so we can pinpoint isolated heat sources to really get there and bring our ground resources directly to those heat sources to take everything out possible for the fire. Thank you.
Branch 10, contingency branch, just for your records, we're going to be giving you excavator
with a briefing on fire weather.
536. And
good afternoon, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, assigned to the Palisades incident. On the 7th, when this fire broke out, the area was experiencing what was one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events that we've experienced in several years. And that's extreme Santa Ana wind event produced some very extreme fire weather conditions. The first couple of days of the fire, we had wind gusts in excess of 80 miles per hour across the fire, along with a very low humidities, which made the atmosphere very dry. And also we had critically dry vegetation. We haven't had any rain of note in this area since last April. So the combination of those strong winds gusting at 80 miles per hour, the low relative humidity, and the fact the brush was critically dry allowed the fire to spread very rapidly and display some very extreme fire behavior. Now going to the forecast for the next several days, unfortunately we're still under Santa Ana wind pattern. We have expectation of moderate to strong Santa Ana winds from today through Wednesday. So there is a red flag warning in effect for this area until 6 p.m. Wednesday. We're expecting north-northeast wind gusts anywhere from 35 to 55 miles per hour, maybe locally stronger on Tuesday. Very low humidity, and again, the vegetation is still very, very dry. So that leaves a recipe to produce some very critical fire weather conditions, and therefore that's why we do have the red flag in effect until 6 o'clock Wednesday evening.
you want me to text you the number of the address, or you want me to text him
Next
the number
up,
of the address?
Chief Crowley, Los Angeles Fire Department.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I just want to take a little tactical pause, is what we usually say as firefighters. And I'm looking out in the crowd over here, boots on the ground. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the LAFD. We are very, very grateful for all of your help. And I'd be remiss if I didn't start with that. So thank you, everybody, for assisting us. Yesterday, I visited several of the impacted Palisades fire areas to meet with LAFD firefighters who were first responders to this natural disaster. While the fire's destruction is absolutely heartbreaking, the overwhelming support from across the Los Angeles region is absolutely inspiring. Your LAFD firefighters remained steadfast with their unwavering dedication, commitment, and they are working around the clock as if everybody else who's here assigned to this incident. And this is just not for the Palisades fire, but for our entire city and region. And I'm telling you, they're doing everything they can to put these fires out. Right now, at least from the LAFD side, we're focused on two things: containing the fires and saving lives and protecting property. With the impending winds, we got to pay really, really close attention to this. This wind event is approaching us, and it's approaching us very, very quickly. I want to reassure you that your LAFD, all of our regional partners, every single agency that has come from up and down this state and outside of the state, we are ready. Mayor Bass, Chief McDonald, myself, our city leaders, are fully committed to ensure that we're ready for this next event. Now, what do we need from the community? And I tell you, we need your help as much as you need our help. We need you to stay informed. Please stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate. We keep going back to that. But with this next wind event, got to stay informed. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders. And the key here is without delay. Also, we ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. I tell you, I'm so extremely grateful. I started with that, but that was purposeful. We're grateful for everybody who's here to support us in one of the most challenging natural events in the history of the city. And with that, it's not over. So we need everybody to stay safe. We need to stay informed. And I tell you, from the first responders that are here, we're going to keep fighting this fight. We're going to get this fire out, and we're going to rebuild. Thank you, everyone.
Go ahead with the addresses. First address is going to be 159.
I'd like to invite all the speakers now to go ahead and come on stage. And apologize, I meant to do that on the last one. Our next speaker is going to be LA County Fire Department Chief Maroney.
So thank you and good afternoon. Elevated critical fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please rest assured that your County of Los Angeles Fire Department will be prepared. These winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County very high. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in the wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective fire safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I would like to express my gratitude to Los Angeles County 3rd District Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for her leadership and unwavering support of our residents in these communities, my fire department, and me as fire chief. To our first responders battling these fires, thank you for your relentless and fearless dedication and bravery in protecting residents and property throughout this great county. And finally, to all residents, please be assured that we will continue to be here for you until the last fire is completely extinguished. We stand alongside all of you as we begin to plan for the repopulation of evacuated areas, establishment of disaster recovery centers, and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Before I end, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the repopulation of areas that were under evacuation order or evacuation warning. This is a priority for the Unified Incident Command, not only for the Palisades fire, but also the Eaton fire. Unfortunately, those conversations are not going to begin until the next predicted red flag ends on Wednesday. So please rest assured that first thing Thursday, we will start talking about repopulation in evacuation order and warning areas. Thank you.
No cell service. I did the loop, UTL on the veg fire and UTL on the structure. We did see a slight smoke, but we think it's from one
Next up, Los Angeles County Sheriff Luna.
Thank you and good afternoon. Just wanted to reiterate that we have over 1,200 personnel from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, along with many of our law enforcement partners, which they're doing amazing work from the get-go. I do want to thank Nancy Ward from the Office of Emergency Services, who you'll hear from. We've been talking for days before this event started, and from the very beginning it was, what do you need and what can we get you? Sean DeRee from the California Highway Patrol, who you'll hear from, same thing. We have 60 CHP officers assigned to various areas in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department area. They have been instrumental in helping. and then Major General Beavers, who you'll see or hear from as well. 400 guardsmen, and the minute I saw him out here, he's like, what else do you need? And I told him, we need more. This isn't over. The fires may be closer to being over. You hear that from our fire chiefs if it goes that way, but we do have this pending weather event. We are not going to de-escalate the number of people that we have out. From a law enforcement perspective, that'll stay the same. A couple of other factors. I want to reemphasize that we do have a curfew still in effect for the impacted areas. That goes from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. What does that mean? Simply stay out of the areas if you are not a first responder or have emergency business there. I know there's a lot of folks trying to get back to their houses. We are very empathetic and sensitive to those needs, but your safety comes first. A lot of these areas still look like they were hit by a bomb. There are live electrical wires, gas lines, and other hazards. We want to make sure you're safe, not to mention the health hazards that come with that information. I also just want to quickly reiterate something I said this morning. In both fire locations, we have current search and rescue recovery operations going with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, our Los Angeles County Fire Department using cadaver dogs, doing grid searches. I don't expect good news from those. We will keep people updated. I'll get my next update when they're complete at sunset with what they come up with. The death toll stands at 14. Those were our numbers we received earlier today. We will not get updates about that till tonight. And I'll end with saying this regarding any illegal activity that may be occurring in these areas. Don't do it. The fact that anyone takes advantage of anyone who's been victimized already, whether it is burglary, looting, or any other crime, whether it's a scam of some kind that you're conjuring up to make money off of the poor people that have been involved in this. As a matter of fact, I'm set for a press conference tomorrow with Chief Jim McDonald, where we'll be with the district attorney, and we will be with probably the U.S. attorney. They are very eager to prosecute anybody involved in anyone who thinks they're going to take advantage of the people who have been through this tragedy. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of your support.
Next up, LAPD Chief McDonald.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And
I'm back, you guys.
A lot of
I'm back.
Updates. You hear much of the same information each time. That's good. We're moving in the right direction. Tomorrow and the following day, we're expected to get some high winds. So as you've heard before, we're working together as well as we can to try and prepare for that. Thank you for the cooperation that we've had from so many people and the support that we've received. It's something that is very humbling. Our job remains to be the same: evacuation, and that may happen again in the next couple of days, traffic control, and crime suppression. All of those things that are ongoing efforts, and we're getting feedback. We're trying to adapt what we do to be able to meet the needs of the community that we're serving. You've heard over and over again about looting and about the efforts we're making to try and prevent that, and then to try and hold people accountable who are engaged in that activity. We have an awful lot of police officers out there from LAPD out there looking for people that are taking advantage of other people. As Sheriff Luna mentioned, the curfew is still very much in effect from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. The access
Grab some water quick.
Provided on a limited basis is completed. We will no longer be doing that, and we're moving forward with the curfew, the closed areas for those areas that have been so designated. The new phase that was mentioned earlier that we're moving into, again, search, recovery of remains, and dealing with the down power lines and gas lines that are in there. And again, with the winds returning, still a very dangerous environment. I want to thank everyone for the patience, the resilience that we've seen, the teamwork, everyone looking out for their neighbors. There's people, elderly people, people who can't get around that well. Reach out to them and see if they're okay, particularly in the next couple of days as things pick up again and things could become, again, very challenging. Sheriff Luna mentioned the scams. Educate yourself before you give. Everybody wants to be helpful, wants to donate, and wants to be part of the solution. But before you do that, do some homework, get on the web, and make sure the entity you're giving to is actually a legitimate one. I mentioned earlier the task force that has been assembled with our federal partners, led by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, bringing in the National Response Team. That brings in tremendous expertise and resources from across the nation, and they work very closely with the LAPD Major Crime Section, with the FBI, with the LA County Sheriff's Arson and Explosives folks, and then others who bring expertise to the table as well. That will continue, and we will continue to keep you updated as we move forward with this. And again, thank you all.
Everybody check in.
Next up, CalFire Director Tyler.
This is the latest in the press conference from the city.
Good afternoon.
Palisades
My name
fire.
is Joe Tyler. I am the Director and Fire Chief of CalFire. CalFire is also referred to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection.
Okay, it's the same.
First, let me start by putting my thoughts to the constituents and community members of the City of Los Angeles, the County of Los Angeles, Pacific Palisades, Malibu, Altadena, Pasadena. You have gone through a tremendous natural disaster. I am proud as I drove around today to see the community helping each other, neighbor helping neighbor. I'm proud of our response by our fire department, CalFire, law enforcement, EMS, our public works, and our nonprofit organizations coming together. The women and men, not only of the California Fire Service, but those who have come to support us as well. Support us from other countries like Mexico and Canada. Support us across the West and the Midwest, whether it be Oregon, Nevada, Washington, Montana, Texas, just to name a few, have all come to California to support the efforts occurring here. And prior to the beginning of this siege, both CalOES, our local government fire departments, were pre-positioning resources across Southern California. As a statewide fire department, we recognized that fire conditions diminished in Northern California. So we moved our fire engines, we moved our aircraft to Southern California. We were here to start the fight on the first night. Together, as the California Fire Service continues that fight, putting out every hot spot, every smoldering ember, and removing the hazards that are occurring in the neighborhoods and the communities as part of the work of our law enforcement entities being able to...
Additional 1,000 National Guard deployed. 1,000.
At the same time, we have 53 damage inspection teams across the Eaton and the Palisades fire who are working to assess every structure that's occurring, and 8 more of those teams are on their way. But we can't just think about today. We have to think down the road. We have to think what's going to come next as part of recovery that Director Ward and others will talk about. So as part of that, as part of our natural resource protection mission, we brought our Watershed Emergency Response Team together, we call it a WERT, to start evaluating things such as soil burned soil severity, identifying the values at risk, modeling and developing emergency protective procedures. It's not if we will get rain at some point, it is when. And certainly we have not had enough rain thus far. In preparing for the next event that you heard about already, starting today through Wednesday, not only in Los Angeles County, but the affected portions of Riverside, Orange County, and San Diego. If you look at the wind models, the winds are picking up in those areas as well, so we all need to be prepared. As part of that preparedness, CalOES, our local government fire department.
Hey, welcome, Antonio. Thank you for subscribing.
Of government together are preparing ourselves for this next event. including the creation of a mobilization center that is currently located in Beaumont, California, outside of the fire-impacted area, so it is able to send resources north, south, east, or west. Finally, I will reiterate that everyone should remain vigilant. Listen to firefighter and law enforcement officer commands and directions regarding evacuations. You can find many near real-time updates by going to fire.ca.gov, which will also link
And Mercado Media.
many of the local governmental organizations and the information that they are putting out as well. Additionally, in preparation of this next event and California as a whole in a fire year, you can go to readyforwildfire.org on how you can be prepared. Thank you.
Good resources to know.
Next up, California Office of Emergency Services Director Ward.
Good afternoon. I am Nancy Ward, the Director of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and I too want to say that my heart goes out to all the Southern California and residents who've been affected by these fires, who may have lost loved ones, have lost their homes, or who are displaced as we speak. I'm here in Los
Because there wasn't an arsonist yet. That it was he got booked for something else. He wasn't connected to the fire. It was already unfounded. We looked up that article just before this.
fires and the recovery ahead.
So we're back to square
LOES is
one.
in lockstep with FEMA for assistance for the people in the communities affected in Los Angeles County. Assistance workers from FEMA are on the ground as we speak to help with your application.
Thank you, Jim.
And getting assistance to you quickly. We've also stood up robust operations and expertise in anticipation of the massive recovery ahead, to include watershed protection, debris removal, housing, public infrastructure restoration, and support.
Okay, I'll look up the woman after this one. I got you.
As you've heard, though, we're not out of the woods yet. We have some very significant fire weather ahead of us, and we need to provide the people and the first responders in Southern California the support that they need. We've pre-positioned additional engines, fire crews, helicopters, bulldozers, water tenders across all of Southern California, in Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, and San Diego County, all poised to assist and support the additional fire threat. The whole of government remains in place on the existing fires, including firefighters, Cal Guard service members, CHP officers, fire dispatchers, pilots, Caltrans crews, shelter operations, and more recovery support personnel pouring into the county, a force right now of more than 14,000 people. I too urge the people of Southern California to be vigilant. Be aware, follow your local emergency officials. Know that we're here in Los Angeles to support you, and we'll be here for the long haul. If you need to apply for disaster assistance, you can go to www.disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362 or 1-800-621-FEMA. Thank you.
Akashic Links, thank you so much for the support.
Next up, CHP Commissioner Dury.
Yeah, this is the latest press conference.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Dury. I'm the
Live right now.
California Highway Patrol. Let me add my voice to those that have gone before me and just offer our sympathy and condolences to those impacted by this tragedy. This morning, Director Ward, Chief Tyler, and I accompanied the governor. We toured some of the damaged area. It's devastating, and our heart goes out to you. For the Highway Patrol, this is personal. We are members of this community as well. Some of our officers, some of the members of our department have lost their homes and have also been displaced. And so to all of you, our thoughts go out to you, and we'll keep you in our prayers. At the onset of this event, the California Highway Patrol went on tactical alert in Los Angeles County. That means 750 officers, 12-hour shifts, days off canceled. Right now, we have 74 uniformed members dedicated to fire assignments, and the others remain able and willing to respond. We're supporting the Los Angeles Police Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, with general law enforcement, with road closures, with traffic direction, with enforcement of the curfew, and also enforcement of looters. I want to recognize our partners with the Los Angeles Police Department and Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. We're lucky in LA County to have two of the finest law enforcement agencies in the country right here in LA County under the leadership of the chief and the sheriff. They both know, they have my phone number, they know any asset that the CHP has is at their disposal. In closing, I'll just reassure the members, the people that are impacted by this, the citizens, we're in this for the long haul. The CHP will be here with our other state partners. We'll remain dedicated to this, not just through the fires being put out, but through the cleanup and also through the rebuild. Thank you.
Next up, California National Guard Major General Beavers.
National Guard.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt Beavers. I'm the Adjutant General of California. And on behalf of the 18,000 service members, civilian
General of California.
that serve in the California National Guard, our thoughts and prayers are with those that are affected by this fire emergency that we're talking about today. That said, we have 1,800 boots on the ground right now from the California National Guard.
1,800.
About 1,054 of those are supporting law enforcement agencies across this area to ensure that law enforcement officers can do that work, ensure that they can do counter-looting operations, ensure that they can continue to do law enforcement operations while we man traffic control points and checkpoints across the area. On the firefighting front, we have 529 service members currently supporting CalFire. 355 of those are currently employed with CalFire. That's from our task force Rattlesnake. And 174 are continuing their training down at Camp Roberts, and they'll be available to CalFire on the 16th of this month. On the aviation side, we continue to man 11 Type 1 bucket-equipped UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters.
We're watching those.
And on top of that, we maintain 5 today, 8 tomorrow. 5 today, modular airborne firefighting system equipped C-130s from the California Air National Guard.
Dope.
From Air National Guards across the country. It's important to note every MAFS-equipped aircraft in the United States is currently in California supporting this emergency.
Let's go.
Can't say enough about our DoD, Department of Defense partners. They've been extraordinarily helpful,
military.
supportive throughout this. And I'd like to just reach out one time to the sheriff and let him know that if he needs additional folks, we'll have him there tonight. Cheers.
Military stands ready.
Next up, Palisades Fire Incident Commander, Chief Hudson.
Man, that motivated me. I'm ready to re-enlist
Good
now.
afternoon. I'm Jim Hudson on behalf of the Unified Incident Commanders for the Palisades incident. Provide you a brief overview of what has occurred and our actions moving forward as we stand here this afternoon. Obviously, since the ignition of this fire Tuesday morning, it's been a very dynamic situation. Resources were surged in, but anybody that was here in the first few hours or the first 24 hours will tell you that wind event was something that they've probably not experienced before, and the firefight that occurred was extraordinary. It's been, when I said it's been dynamic, along with perimeter control, we have been fighting, or we're fighting, and continue to monitor the situation of new structural ignitions in the area. So our priorities will continue to be life and safety, property, and perimeter control. We have been pushing that message forward, and how we're able to accomplish that is, as the weather shifts, we are moving resources around this fire as the best of our ability and prioritizing where those resources need to go. Crews have been working and will continue to work 24 hours a day. Many of them have been working over 36 and 48 hours at time, and our aircraft has been working 24 hours a day when the weather permits. We did have some periods where the wind was too strong, but we've been had good success the past few days. It's important to note that even though, if you look at the acreage growth on this fire, the majority of it was ahead of Friday morning. But we have seen growth with the wind shifts in the last 2 days. And as we move forward, I want everybody to know that those flare-ups that did occur in the last couple of days, we are prepared for those. Everything that has occurred has been within our primary plan, and if necessary, we'll always fall back to alternate or contingency plans. So it does look very impressive on the news. We are able to surge firefighters into those areas rapidly, and we do have a plan. We are planning 2-3 ridges away. We are planning well ahead of any communities that lie in the fire's path that could potentially be impacted, and that is part of our thought process. So I assure you that anything that could possibly occur that we are not considering and we have a plan for. So as we move forward, I just wanted to leave you with that and assure you that you have full dedication. Our Unified Incident Commanders, represented by all the agencies on this stage, are aligned in our priorities objectives, and we'll continue to provide you updates daily. Thank you.
So more National Guard resources are going to be out there, and they're prepared for like multiple cities ahead of time now. So they're just like fire trucks. If you're like in the warning area or even beyond, you should probably see fire trucks in your neighborhood, and that's why.
Firefighting efforts in that region as that fire continues to burn. Right now, the updated acreage they gave.
Looks like they decided to talk like I did.
700.
Just a good time, yeah. So that's good information there. The fire's still ongoing. There's like hot spots that they're battling here. We're watching it. The National Guard, the general of California, as he said. He was talking about their air resources that are up in the sky right now, and they're still going after some of it. Looks like they're in a different. Oh, no, they're still going there. Probably going to go refuel. They're leaving the zone right now, or they're rotating. What time is it? No, it's too early for nighttime. Okay. See if they go back to it. No, it's.
Fire chief says then is
the sky image.
He also said stay off the roadways and the impacted areas. We heard a little bit from Sheriff Robert Luna from that as well. There is a curfew now in effect to stay out of the.
That's the other thing, curfew.
To 6 a.m. that curfew.
Another 12-hour curfew.
She said it's not over. They're going to keep fighting this fire. She said, get this fire out and rebuild, but it is not over. The fire continues.
We also heard from.
Yeah, and the concern too, right, with the fire is tonight they're going to have extreme winds again. And potentially worse winds than Tuesday.
105,000 people right now still under.
And that's according to AccuWeather. I'm not making that up just to make it sound scary. The good news is a lot of the fire's gone, right? A lot of the major fire's gone. And like the guy said, they are positioned. What am I doing? I just do like LA. There we go. A lot of the fire department is like, he said they're prepared for everything now. Then they're like all stationed here. Whereas like Tuesday night, they were spread out they were spread out from Pasadena, all the way east of, they were all up here, this whole triangle. Or let me draw it out for you. We draw a nicer map for you guys here. Pull out here. They were spread out so far. Here. We draw where the fire department was, and then it got even worse. What was it? Wednesday, even further. Delete over here, all up here, and then like all over here. This is like the entire zone, okay? And they were like all over the place, and then they couldn't use any air resources, so they were spread out so far.
I want to talk about a couple things here. The death toll number.
So now that hold on.
Office says that number is at 16. We heard the sheriff say that number was 14. There's a bit of a discrepancy.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
We're now going with the medical examiner's number at 16. We also
okay. Medical examiner says 16. Sheriff says 14. They're going with the medical examiner. You guys can choose for now. Probably go off the medical examiner. But the good news is now that the fire or the major resources are being pooled towards the Palisades fire. They're already situated and stationed. Let's use this. Like they already have fire trucks like all up in these neighborhoods, multiple layers of them. So like if like just like we saw yesterday and the day before, as the fires were getting close to Brentwood, up here in the Crestwood Hills and Mandeville Canyon, there was fire trucks like all up in here. All in here, and then as the fire was getting close to the houses, they were able to blast it. And that's what he's talking about. They have like layers of fire trucks or resources on the ground ahead of time, like any route this fire could take because of the wind. So I bet you just this whole shit is just fire trucks. Like if you're just in here, even extended, he said to Beverly Hills too. for sure in here. That's the 405, right? Yep. There's fire trucks like all over neighborhoods, I would bet. If you're in this region, or even the Eaton fire that they're in, that's full lockdown. So I don't think even anybody can get into that. The Altadena area for the Eaton fire, that's where the National Guard's super heavy. But I mean, most of the resources like the Hurst fire, hopefully I didn't hear any updates on that one. Let me see. Did the Hurst fire get any updates? It was at 80. Let me see. It's refreshing. What happened? Refresh. 89% contained. So I'm just betting that's going to be finished by tonight. And then those resources can be used for the Palisades fire. But they're using multiple layers of preparedness for the winds tonight. But it's still going to be like something to look at. It's still going to be something to pay attention to on the impact of the winds. I'm not seeing a lot of the helicopters over the reservoir now. Let me see here. Not a Black Hawk in the sky. It's heading back now. I bet you they just probably had to refuel. Where'd it go to? Went all the way over here. Where did it fly to? Oh, to here. Yeah. It had to refuel. Now it's flying back. I haven't seen our Chinook in the sky again, though. Let me turn up the... Got the scanner in the background. I haven't seen our Chinook in the sky again. BRB chat, be listening. What else we got here? Well, we got the Governor Newsom interview.
The Communications Division, Juliet, go ahead.
I think we heard everything.
Hey, where are you going?
From the press conference. That was important.
Division, Juliet, Palisades Communications. Have a call from LA. Address 1070 Palisades Place for reports of a structure next to that address with its roof on fire.
What is it?
It's going to be directly in between the two previous addresses for smoke investigation that we gave you.
Shoot, I missed it. 1070.
Can you give the street name again? You're scratchy.
Yes, I missed it too. Come on. Hell yeah.
Division Juliet, street name Palisades Place. Palisar.
Palisades. That doesn't sound like...
I copy Palisades Place.
Was it Palisades Place? That's in... Where is that? I don't even know what that is. Palisades? P-A-L-I... I'm spelling it. It's not coming up. Let me see. 1070 Palisades. Oh, there it is. Oh, AIR. Oh, it's in the southeast of the Ridgeview County Estates. It's in here. Is this gated? Nope. This one. 1070. There's a couple other... There's a backyard fire. Also a structure fire. Not in this neighborhood. It was up here. I haven't heard anything further about it. Palisades Place. Okay, where? Oop. Did I close it? Let's do... Gavin Newsom interview.
Governor Gavin Newsom, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good to be with you.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
6 different wildfires raging right now. Do you have the resources to combat all these fires at this hour?
Yeah, we got...
Oh, is Reed Timmer going there? We'll pull him up.
15,000 people working the line right now. We doubled the National Guard. We have 1,680 out there helping on the logistics side. I was just with folks from Mexico, 73 folks will be relieving some of our hand crews. We've got 9 states that are now providing under this EMAC system support. So we've got the resources, but we have more important It's this. We have the winds that have changed, and that allows us to be more resourceful with existing resources, particularly the aerial resources.
What's the mission of the National Guard here in Southern California?
Combination of factors. We have the rattlesnake teams that are doing the line and working with the hand crews. We have other logistics packages happening, and we saw our first MAFs, which are these folks that are doing retardant, which are military planes, and the Guards leading that operation. So it's a combination of all those factors, and of course, fundamentally, 600 plus, just focusing on looting and making sure there's law and order on the streets.
Well, there goes, I may as well acknowledge it, there goes another one of your choppers. How many aircraft do you have deployed right now?
There are as many as the traffic control can handle. Aircraft resources are not an issue. We've got fixed wing up today. And then you saw last night, particularly over the last couple of days, just battling the nighttime blazes. By the way, technology that didn't exist a few years ago. The state did not have the resource of these Firehawks that allowed night vision, 6 hours, night goggles. These guys laid down the lines in the Palisade, almost 500 million gallons. To try to hold the line there on the ridge so it didn't come down into the canyon, the Bel Air area, and parts of Brentwood. So it's just remarkable, the heroism of these folks. It's remarkable, the mutual aid system. I mean, you meet folks from Oregon that are working with folks from Kern County, that are working folks overseas that I've never met. And it's hand in glove. It's really inspiring.
In your opinion, is this or will it be the worst natural disaster in the history of the United States?
I think it will be in terms of just the costs associated with it. In terms of the scale and scope, I'll only remind the folks in California, we had the Tubbs fire, 5,600 houses were lost, and of course Camp Fire, we had 18,000 housing units lost, and 85 people that lost their lives. Currently, we're getting confirmation from the coroner, so we always have to be careful on the death toll, but it's in the 13 range, and I've got search and rescue teams out.
Yeah, right now it's at 16, according to the medical examiner.
We've got cadaver dogs out, and there's likely to be a lot more.
What is your biggest concern over the course of the next 48 hours?
I think is making sure the life safety focus, the property focus is there, at the same time we're addressing the perimeter issues. The challenge is the winds. We've got these winds coming back this evening, Sunday night. We've got peak winds on Monday. We're going to see 50-plus mile-an-hour gusts, subject to change. So now we're pre-positioning assets. And we're pre-positioning them not just here in the theater, those existing 5+ fires, but now broadening that to a number of other counties and moving farther south with some of those resources in anticipation we could see some flare-ups in new places, new starts.
You're here with us on Meet the Press to announce a new executive order. What is this executive order? What are you hoping to accomplish?
Look, we've got to be thinking 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years ahead. At the same time, we're focusing on the immediacy, which is life safety and property. And so that's exactly what we're doing with disaster assistance, making sure people are getting their applications, addressing the issue of fraud, and that's an issue we've got to address. Price gouging, so executive orders on price gouging, recovery. We want to get inspections, units like this. We want to get our inspection teams out here. They're already starting to get out here. We've come up with some timelines so we can get within the next few weeks all that done so people can get their insurance claims. We can then start the big contracts to remove the debris, to address all the hazmat issues. Same time as I got to button up the canyons here. As
the cleanup's going to be a nightmare. The hazmat crews, it's going to be a lot of toxic fumes in the air of the devastated areas of Altadena and the Palisades.
Potential flooding of a lot of atmospheric rivers. Remember, we're in
mudslides too, potentially.
The middle of winter. This is January. In fact, the day of this fire, not a stone's throw away, as the crow flies, there was snow right up the mountain here, the same day. As this devastating
asbestos for sure
in Altadena. And so all those things have to happen concurrently. But here's the big thing. I'm worried about issues of rebuilding as it relates to scarcity, as it relates to property taxes, meaning scarcity of resources, materials, personnel. I'm worried about time to getting these projects done. And so we want to fast track by eliminating any CEQA requirements. I got coastal Act changes that we're making. I want to make sure when someone rebuilds that they have their old property tax assessments and that they're not increased. So all of that's been done in the executive order we just announced.
CEQA, Governor, and the Coastal Act are both environmental regulations. And if you're going to be suspending those temporarily, are you concerned about problems that may result from the suspension of those environmental regulations and a potential abuse by developers?
Yeah, we're not going to, and within this executive order, we frame those abuses. We basically bookmark that in the context of maintaining the existing footprints. On the Coastal Act, they allow just a 10% variant, so we're going to be very mindful of that. California leads the nation in environmental stewardship. I'm not going to give that up, but one thing I won't give into is delay. Delay is denial for people. Lives, traditions, places, torn apart, torn asunder, families, schools, community centers, churches, you've seen it. The number of schools that have been lost in this community, and we've got to let people know we have their back. We're going to be back. We're going to do it efficiently and effectively. Don't turn your back. Don't walk away because we want you to come back, rebuild, and rebuild with higher quality building standards, more modern standards. And we want to make sure that the associated costs with that are not disproportionate, especially in a middle-class community like this.
You've also called for an independent investigation into the issues around water supply that we've seen. What are the questions that you're hoping to answer?
The same ones you're asking, same ones that people when I'm in the streets are asking, yelling about. What the hell happened? What happened to the water system? Was it, and by the way, was it just overwhelm? That you had so much that was used, we drew it down. Was it pipes? Was it electricity? It was a combination of pipes, electricities, and pumps. What was that drawdown impossible because you lost 7,000+ structures right here anyway, and every single structure we lost had a pipe that was leaking, and we'd have lost that water pressure anyway. Did it contribute in any way to our inability to fight the fire, or were 99-mile-an-hour winds determinative, and there was really no firefight that could have been more meaningful? So all of us want to know those answers, and I just don't want to wait because people are asking me. I want to know those facts. I want them objectively determined, and that the chips fall where they may. This is not about finger pointing.
You say what to people?
We'll see how when the evidence all comes out of everything.
Who insist that these independent investigations or calls for them, are you passing the blame on to other people?
How could it be when we're doing an independent investigation and we just want the adjudication of the facts? As I say, it's not about finger pointing. It's about answering the questions you and everybody wants answered. And I think there's a propensity to wait to answer those questions, and people want immediacy. They want response and responsiveness, and so that's the idea.
Ultimately here, does the buck stop with you?
I mean, you're governor of California. You might as well be the mayor of California. We're all in this together. We're all better off. We're all better off. We're all better off, and we're working together to take care of people and to make sure people are supported. We're empathetic, and we're here not just in the immediacy of the crisis, but we're here after the crisis, as opposed to creating a crisis in the middle of this by trying to divide people and play political, take cheap political shots.
Do you have faith in Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass?
I have absolute faith in our community. I have faith in our leaders. I have the faith of our capacity to work together.
President-elect Trump has blamed you for this crisis. He called you incompetent. What's your response?
Well, I called for him to come out, take a look for himself. We want to do it in the spirit of an open hand, not a closed fist. He's the president-elect. I respect the office. We have a president of the United States that within 36 hours provided a major disaster declaration over a text. We had support from the president of the United States, Joe Biden, with 100% reimbursement, all the resources you could hope for or imagine, constant communication. I'd like to extend that to the president-elect. I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the Delta smelt and reservoirs. The reservoirs are completely full, the state reservoirs here in Southern California.
I mean, literally, we're watching them use them, right? The smelt thing was insane, but also the the reservoir, Stone Canyon Reservoir, and the Encino Reservoir are literally being used, and we've been watching it for days. Okay, that's another one that's in the misinformation cycle. The reservoirs are empty.
That mis and disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids any.
He's lying about the reservoirs. We're watching them. How can you say he's lying when we're watching them, though? We've been watching them for the past 4 hours. So what do you mean? I'm pulling up the helicopters. I got a cool little 3D view we can watch. What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know who told you about the reservoir, but they're certainly not empty. I don't know. I mean, you can rewind my stream. I have a DVR on my stream. I'm not going to delete my stream or edit it in any way, but you can go back, and I've been tracking this even yesterday. It's all posted on the channel. I don't know what to tell you.
Responding to Donald Trump's
sorry you were lied to
insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation, to understand what was happening with that local reservoir. That was not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to as it relates to the Delta and somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy in the state.
My understanding is that you have put a call into President-elect Trump. Has he called you back?
No, that was months ago. That was after his victory. So I look forward to him, again, coming out here in the spirit of cooperation.
Forgive me for interrupting you, but you did invite him to come out here. Have you had any response?
No.
Nothing. Multiple times, Mr. Trump has threatened to withhold aid for California wildfires, both as president and now again as president-elect. Are you worried that he might actually do that?
Well, I mean, he's done it in Utah, he's done it in Michigan, they did Puerto Rico.
You think Trump will go to California?
He did it to California back before I was even governor in 2018, until he found out folks in Orange County voted for him, and then he decided to give the money. So he's been at this for years and years and years. It transcends states, including, by the way, Georgia. He threatened similarly. So that's his style. And you know, we take it seriously to the extent that in the past it's taken a little bit more time. I've been pretty expressive about that in context of someone threatening our first responders in terms of supporting the immediacy of their needs.
That's what you take it as.
Yes, some of the hydrants did go dry in the Palisades. Yes, that did happen.
As President-elect Trump is threatening the first responders here.
Well, I mean, it's what he said. He said, I'm not going to support the firefighting efforts. I'm not going to support...
he said there's an independent investigation into it.
The state of California, as it relates to its emergency management. He made this pretty clear during the election, unless they do my bidding. And again, these are familiar terms. And they're familiar to a lot of other states, not just my state, and they're familiar to not just me as governor, but the previous governor of California, Governor Brown, that was battling with these same things. So you just work through these things, and I'm just blessed. I mean this. I'm blessed. I have 40 million Americans that happen to live in California, that Joe Biden's president of the United States and did what he did immediately. And to the extent that we can work with the same relationship and that same spirit with Donald Trump, I hope we can.
President Biden, last time I saw you in the Palisades on Wednesday, right after this fire started, you were on the phone at the side of the road trying to reach President Biden. Subsequent to that, he pledged 100% of the disaster recovery relief for the next 6 months. Is that enough?
Well, it's significant. I mean, in fact, when I was on the phone, you saw me on the phone, I was trying to get the satellite to phone work. I asked for 90%. And he said, no, I'm going to do 100%. It was a big deal. 180 days is a big deal. But he also had just provided the major disaster declaration, and we did the press conference the next day. And that is profoundly significant because that's individual assistance, disasterassistance.gov. People should go to disasterassistance.gov and start filling out applications, get that immediate relief, and then get longer and medium-term relief. But no, he stepped up in a way that an American president should step up, and I couldn't be more proud of him. That's not a political statement. That's not because I'm a Democrat saying that. That's because I'm a human being trying to help other human beings in the most extreme elements, in the most difficult time of their life.
As you know, Governor, there are many...
Can we all agree that like major breaking news world events getting politicized immediately sucks? Like as if the fire was woke or something, or like it was the worst. Like it always is. It's terrible.
Many California residents who have struggled to obtain fire insurance. What happens to these Californians who cannot afford to rebuild?
Well, we created them. We had a major issue after the Camp Fire. In fact, I was governor-elect during the Camp Fire, and it precipitated the largest bankruptcy, or rather a bankruptcy of the largest utility in the United States of America, PG&E. Process of getting them back on their feet and beginning to underground and deal with vegetation and forest management differently in California, which, by the way, we've 10x'd the forest management investments in the state since I've become governor. We created a wildfire fund that is around the utility issues. On the insurance side, we did an executive order a year ago to do climate modeling and to address some of the wildland-urban interface in terms of requiring insurance to be placed before we can increase rates. We have created a FAIR plan, or at least expanded a FAIR plan, and it has reinsurance. We're assessing, as we do the damage assessment, the total value of the claims, and we will determine what to do after we understand the magnitude of those claims.
Some of these Californians in homes that burnt like this were thrown off of their policies, their fire policies, before this fire season. What do you say to those Californians?
No, it breaks your heart. I mean, this is an issue, and by the way, persists in California because of the acuity of the new realities. Hot's getting hotter, dry's getting drier, wet's getting wetter, these atmospheric rivers, all the flooding that we've experienced in California, but also across the rest of the United States. You're seeing insurance rates through the roof, et cetera. But here's the point. We've been proactive in trying to stabilize that market. That was the executive order a year and a half ago. Insurance commissioner has been moving in that direction. I'll give you a proof point of some of the success of that. Just a week ago, a major insurer announced they were reinsuring in Paradise, California, where the campfire was, because people repopulated. Farmers said they were coming back. So we are very mindful of that, and that's why the FAIR plan is that backup plan. But I'm also mindful of this, as someone on the FAIR plan, intimately aware of how it works. It's not the kind of insurance that you get on the private sector, meaning you're not getting as much in terms of that protection.
It also raises questions about whether or not taxpayer dollars should be used.
So you won't get as much on the state plan, obviously. You get more in your private, but obviously the private insurers are leaving. And he said some of the private insurers are coming back to like places like Paradise, but how many years was that? Wasn't Paradise in 2018 when that fire went through?
Put people back in the
Doesn't really help right now, does it?
highly vulnerable areas like the one we're standing in right now. Should they?
Well, I to the extent look, the issue here, and particularly in Altadena, some of these homes were built in the 20s and 30s and 40s when you didn't have the building codes that we have today. You can see, and you saw this, the camp was a master class.
In Paradise, California, it was in 2018. It was just that fire destroyed everything as well and killed, I think, 50 people.
That in the context of seeing why did these buildings survive, these buildings
destroyed that entire town, or maybe it was more.
But the buildings that tended to survive were ones that were built after 2008 with a higher threshold of building codes. And so as we rebuild, we will have these higher levels of codes and standards that should help protect some of these communities. But I don't want to say to folks that have been here for generations, 3 generations, living in this beautiful middle-class neighborhood, that now you've got to go. So we've got to do everything we can to protect them. We got to make sure, and it was the case up in camp where people are repopulating in Paradise, California, that we have a different system of ingress and egress, redundancy as it relates to emergency preparedness.
Why are the insurance companies leaving? Because of the cost that they're incurring for wildfire disaster. It's like a cost ineffective for them because obviously they run on how much is going to make them money. They don't. Insurance companies, if you don't, I hate to break this to you, but they don't actually care about the people they're insuring. If this is the first time you're hearing this, I hate to be the one to break this to you. Okay, they care about the money. Okay, and it's costing them money in California because of the wildfires, so they're pulling out.
Relates to infrastructure, make sure we underground these wires going forward, make sure the community is more resilient in every way, shape, or form.
Over the course of the next several years, Los Angeles will be host to the World Cup, and then the Super Bowl, and then the Olympics. With this rebuilding effort needing to take place, is LA going to be ready for all of those global events?
My humble position, and it's not just being naively optimistic, that only reinforces the imperative moving quickly, doing in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. President of the United States, Donald Trump, to his credit, was helpful in getting the Olympics to the United States of America, to get it down here in LA. We thank him for that.
So they wanted to wait, hold on. So they wanted to increase their rates on people, and he prevented them from increasing their. So how are you not blaming the insurance companies both ways? They wanted to raise their prices. The government was like, no, I don't want you to raise your prices on the people that live in my city. And then for punishment, they're like, okay, we're pulling out. So it's like kind of a double jeopardy, isn't it? Like either they're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. I mean, I'm not. That's crazy.
An opportunity for him to shine for this.
Because they're operating at a net negative. Why? Isn't that the insurance company's problem?
Country to shine.
You expect a company to just take losses? I'm not going to simp for a company. I'm not just going to do that, or especially an insurance company.
For California,
you got the wrong one.
And this community to shine, the opportunity with all of that. And all that opportunity and that pride and spirit that comes from not just hosting those 3 iconic games and venues, but also the opportunity, I think, to rebuild at the same time. And that's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team of looking and reimagining LA 2.0, and we're making sure everyone's included, not just the folks on the coast, people here that were ravaged by this disaster.
You just said you're organizing a Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of California. What is that Marshall Plan? Tell us about this Marshall Plan.
We're just starting to lay out. I mean, we're still fighting these fires. So we're already talking to city leaders. We're already talking to civic leaders. We're already talking to business leaders and nonprofits. We're talking to labor leaders. We're starting to organize how we can put together a collection of individuals on philanthropy for recovery, how we can organize the region, how we can make sure that we are seeking federal assistance for the Olympics more broadly, but also federal assistance for the recovery efforts, and how we can galvanize the community with folks that love this community to really develop a mindset so that at scale we're dealing with the scope of this tragedy and responding to it at scale with efficiency like the executive order I talked about, time value of delivering projects, addressing building codes, addressing permitting issues, and moving forward to rebuilding and being more resilient.
Governor Gavin Newsom, thank you so much for joining us on Meet the Press.
Good to be back.
That was a Gavin Newsom interview today, governor of California, answering questions about the fire, independent investigations for all the problems. So the fire hydrant's not working is definitely true. Palisades said independent investigation into that. And the one thing we do need to look up is woman, arson, fire, California. California state peace officers arrest arson suspect near Leo Carrillo State Park. Oh, what's this? No. 23 miles from Pacific Palisades. Moman was arrested Friday and charged with arson for a brush fire that broke out Wednesday near Leo Carrillo State Park in California. The brush fire, called by Friday Fire, started Wednesday and was swiftly put out by the Los Angeles County Fire Department. So she started the Freddy fire. Okay. So it sounds like she started the Freddy fire. That started and stopped in the same time frame. It didn't go anywhere. So suspicion of arson. Anything happened with that though? Woman charged with arson amid LA flames, but not suspected with the major ones. Woman was arrested on suspicion of arson amid the Los Angeles wildfires, but officials do not believe the incident to be connected to the devastating blazes. The woman, 60-year-old Gloria Lynn Mandich, was taken into custody and charged with felony arson related to January 8th brush fires in Los Angeles County. California State Parks announced in a press conference on Friday. The blaze in question was located near Leo Carrillo State Park, in an area that has been under a red flag warning as multiple wildfires continue to rage in the region, fanned by severe winds and fed by dry vegetation. Though the major fires are only partially contained, the fire that Mandich is accused of starting was quickly extinguished by the Los Angeles County Fire Department, according to California State Parks. Mandich, meanwhile, was booked into Ventura County Jail, where her bail is currently set at $20,000, according to court records viewed by People. The Kentucky native now faces a felony charge for allegedly causing a fire or a structure or a forest land. She's from Kentucky. As well as separate arson charge specific to fire started during an emergency record show. She pleaded not guilty. Mandich made her first appearance in court on January 10th and has upcoming appearances on the 22nd, 24th, and the latter of which will be preliminary examination. The prosecutor in the arson case did not immediately respond. Wow. So the Freddy Fire person, we already did a poll how many people think that, and again, we have no valid investigation or cause for the fires yet, but a lot of people suspect arson. I sent a huge donation to the Dream Center. I encourage as many others to do the same. Andrew, you do great service. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Barbarous. I appreciate that, Barbarous. GG's on the donation to the humanitarian efforts. So, the Black Hawk is back up in the sky. Do we have any sky footage? We don't need to watch this yet. We'll watch this on another day. It's kind of like a summary. I think
Nelson, Marquette, phone crew.
Is ABC7 back up in the sky?
It's really undercut under that soft stuff directly below you.
Jeez. There's probably going to be movies made about this. I mean, this happened in LA. Be documentaries about it. It already is, I think. Is there any news documentaries?
Tonight, the breaking news special.
We are utterly surrounded by
Breaking news special.
There is fully engulfed.
The horror and the hope.
I don't know how we're...
There was an article posted on the fire retardant on the Discord yesterday. I can pull that up really quick. Someone wanted to know. Try to pull it up here. Oh, where was it? Pull this up here. We have the scanner on in the background. Comms are low right now. Where is the fire retardant? I can Google it. Because I had the same question, like, is it toxic? Here you go. What is in the flame retardant that planes are dropping on the LA fires? Air tankers are dropping thousands of gallons of red flame retardant in the hills around Los Angeles as firefighters attempt to limit the devastation from multiple wildfires. Amid images of vivid red clouds enveloping trees and scrubland prompt two questions. What is it? What's in it? It's primarily a product called Phos-Chek, which is sold by a company called Perimeter. Daniel McCurry, an associate professor in civil and environmental engineering at the University of Southern California. It's been used for decades by the Forest Service. He says it's one of maybe only 2 products currently approved for aerial use by the Forest Service. In a message to NPR, the Forest Service says that in a change for 2025, it phased out the Phos-Chek LC95 formulation nationwide in favor of another Phos-Chek product, MVP-FX. After an earlier switch to MVP-FX in California, the agency cites data showing that MVP-FX is less toxic to aquatic life than the LC95. Air tankers and chemical fire retardants have been used since the 1950s, allowing firefighters to reach difficult spots. The U.S. Forestry Service says retardants are used to slow the rate of spread by cooling and coating fuels, depleting a fire of oxygen, and slowing the rate of fuel combustion as the retardants' inorganic salts change how fuels burn. Inorganic, rather. So what's in it? It's basically a mixture of water, fertilizer, and then the red color that you see is just rust. McCurry says, in the wild, the color fades over time with exposure to sunlight. You might see a gum or thickening agent just to change the viscosity, whatever that means. What does that even mean? Change the viscosity. What a word. Some words today. A measure of a fluid's resistance to flow. That's what viscosity means, you guys. How sticky this stuff is. Thickeners also keep the material from drifting off target, but the business end of it really is ammonium phosphate fertilizer. For anyone who's heard of fertilizer being used in explosives, that's ammonium nitrate. Phos-Chek commonly contains 2 types of salt. This is really detailed for you guys. I know you wanted to know. Diammonium phosphate and ammonium polyphosphate. Along with its use as fertilizer, providing nitrogen and phosphorus to plants, you often see ammonium phosphate in crystal-making kits that are popular with children. So it's very not toxic then, if the same materials that children... The crystal-making kits, what are those? What crystal kits? What are they talking about? The webpage doesn't pop up. Oh. There it was. Oh, what the hell? What? It was there a second ago. There it is. $40? I've never seen, never in my life. Glow crystals? Is this a new thing? Kids are into this?
On command.
Glow crystals. Okay, well, the same material that's in the fire retardant is in this glow crystals, so if it's okay with kids.
Repair, trainee, communication.
How does it stop the fires from spreading?
Yeah, Palisades communication from Victor Trainee. I'd like to request road department. They could probably do it with a pickup truck with a blade to start the process of.
You had that in the 70s? I never had one.
Road.
What the heck?
3400 Tuna Canyon, east down to Coast Highway.
I never had one of these. What the heck? I had to etch a sketch. Or the light brights. I had that. I was a kid in the 90s. They probably had that, but I didn't have one.
Like to get
Lava lamp.
out here to clear Tuna Road, 3400 east, down to PCH.
On a normal
Victor Trainee, affirmative. The address would be 3400 Tuna Road, Tuna Canyon Road, down east to Coast Highway.
Temescal can't. That's right here to the highway.
Communication copies.
All right, we're in the same area. That's the Palisades. I got the scanner in the background. All right, let's continue. Under normal conditions, cellulose and plant matter decomposes as it's heated, producing flammable compounds. Foscheck's maker says the reaction between the retardant and cellulose consumes heat energy from the approaching fire and produces non-flammable carbon material. Fancy. The glow is to slow or stop the fire's spread, especially if the area includes homes or other structures. They don't tend to drop retardant directly in the center of an ongoing fire, McCurry says. They tend to drop kind of at the barrier of it because they're trying to prevent it from spreading. So that's why we'd see it get dropped ahead of time, ahead of the fire. Multiple layers of it. Even just right on top of houses too. And the reason that these products are kind of useful for that potentially is that the active ingredient is not water, right? It's the fertilizer. So even after water evaporates, you still have that red stripe there for days or weeks. So it's long-term protection. Big air tankers, which we've seen, can drop up to 9,400 gallons of this onto trees and other potential fuels. The massive quantities have spurred McCurry and other researchers to consider potential harms from the material, but McCurry says people in a fire zone likely have more pressing worries. No kidding. In terms of immediate concern, the main thing
from A Unit 1 on LA County V1.
In terms of immediate concern, the main thing I'd be worried about, regardless of whether there's fire retardant used or not, is just air pollution, like particulate matter, he says. If you're walking around in an area that's been burned, it's probably still very smoky, so it'd be a good idea to wear a respirator. Is it safe? Due to environmental concerns, the Forest Service has a mandatory ban on aerial retardant drops in sensitive areas, such as waterways and endangered species habitats. That ban is in effect except when human life or public safety is threatened. So that's why likely we're seeing it just used all over the place right now. Using retardants in restricted areas must be reported for possible remediation. Foscheck doesn't include any substances flagged by California's Proposition 65 list of materials that are known to cause cancer and other harms, so it's not cancerous. The Forest Service's specifications for wildfire retardants ban PFAS, known as forever chemicals. What are forever chemicals? Oh wow, let's not rabbit hole too hard, never mind. Along with other unacceptable compounds. Last year, McCurry and his colleagues published a study suggesting some fire suppression products such as Foscheck can contain toxic heavy metals such as cadmium and chromium. The Forest Service says heavy metals aren't added to fire retardants, but may be present as naturally occurring impurities in the retarding salts, which come from the same source as crop fertilizers. Well, this is very, very informative. As for the air tankers' operations over smoldering hillsides, the most immediate danger would seem to be to the aviators. It's a really heroic job, McCurry says of the pilots, many of them former military, who guide massive planes through low altitude drops over challenging terrain.
Small drone operating at about 100 feet. Near Fire Station 63, correction, Fire Station 69.
Nice. Someone's flying a drone. Fire Station 69. You know, some of those guys die every year. The guys that are flying the planes, low altitude maneuvers. Between 2000 and 2013, there were 78 aviation deaths related to fighting wildfires, according to a 2015 report by Centers for Disease Control. 78 aviation deaths doing what we watched yesterday. Well, there's a deep dive into what's in the red flame retardant that we're seeing put down. It's not cancerous. Same materials are in a kid's toy. Not the best for water life and endangered species or areas that have wildlife, it seems. But it can be overridden when there's human life at risk. So that's why we're seeing it everywhere. Thanks for looking into the red chemicals. Get yourself a drink for the game tomorrow. Appreciate that.
Just confirm, I thought I heard, was there a report of a drone over the fire?
Yeah, what's that about? Let me hear that.
Okay, that's affirmative. Report of a small drone, approximately 100 feet elevation, near Station 69.
Nice.
GPS coordinates, 34 degrees, 2.742 by negative 118, 31.555.
Okay, you were walked on. Is that in the area of Santa Monica?
I understand how they have the resources and time and energy to do these. Well, I mean, those are the people that, those are the bosses, right?
Not in the area of Santa Monica.
It's like the police chief and others. That's like their job when stuff like this comes up. They run the show, but when it comes time to answer questions, they're the ones that go and speak. But that doesn't mean there's still not people out there working and attending these. The ingredients from the fire retardant come from the same plant we get our fertilizer for our plants. Channel 5 on YouTube posted a good vid. Oh yeah, we watched it a little earlier in the stream.
Okay.
Watched it a little earlier. That was a good video. Really good. Very emotional too. What do we got here? Oh, this is the really quick. Speaking of drone, anyone know where the enforcer's drone is?
Palisades Telco back. Repeat your lat long for the drone sighting.
Anyways, but no. FBI working to piece together a drone that damaged the Super Scooper.
Telco Palisade Communications. Drone is going to be in Division Juliet. GPS coordinates 34 degrees, 2.742 by negative.
Okay, so there's a drone in the sky. I don't know if it's theirs or not, but here's some more information about the drone that hit that Super Scooper.
We're getting a look at pieces of the drone that struck one of two super scoopers dropping water on the Palisades fire this week. It damaged one of the wings of the firefighting aircraft. That plane, a crucial piece of firefighting equipment, now out of service until Monday at the earliest.
As reporter Liz Nagy from our Chicago sister station explains, the FBI is now working to track down the drone's owner, who is facing some serious charges.
Oof.
One of the highest-ranking officials here at the FBI office in Los Angeles put it this way: flying unauthorized drones over wildfires is extremely illegal and extremely dangerous. Now the investigators at this agency are trying to find the persons responsible for grounding a critical firefighting tool. A gaping hole in the wing has grounded one of Southern California's least twin super scoopers when firefighters need it most. Investigators say this is the work of an unmanned, unauthorized drone that's now in pieces and part of a federal investigation. The low-flying, surface-skimming planes dip into the water before dumping its contents over blazing wildfires.
I'd just like to stress that technique, using those super scooper aircrafts, are our most effective technique to fight fires like this. And when this happens, it puts everybody's lives in risk.
The football-sized gouge in the plane's wing happened Thursday night as the plane worked to douse the Palisades fire.
It caused a 3 by 6 inch hole in the aircraft. Luckily, the aircraft was able to land safely.
But there, its work stopped instantly as the Palisades fire raged into its third straight night, threatening even more Los Angeles homes and families.
Our biggest concern is that there's so many unauthorized drones in the area that they are impacting law enforcement and firefighters' efforts to suppress this fire and actually get it contained.
Seriously. The smoke-filled air over the Palisades fire was under a temporary flight restriction mandated by the Federal Aviation Administration and enforced by the FBI. That means the drone never should have been there, and investigators are now physically putting together pieces.
We'll work backwards through our investigative means to try to recreate that drone and figure out what company owns that drone and who it was assigned to.
But as that happens, the plane sits in the hangar, temporarily rendered useless, only adding to the burden of overtaxed firefighters. That Super Scooper should be repaired and back in the air this week, but firefighters have lost critical time. The FBI says the people operating that drone could face the possibility of prison time, and they are warning people, keep your drones out of the air over fires.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great...
Keep your drones out of the air. Are you going to report? Keep them out of the sky. Yeah, that CNN News 18's bad. CNN News 18 not good. What else we got? Oh, I think Wall Street Journal did a video on the fires. Here you go. Why did the fire hydrants run dry? What we know.
When fire hydrants ran dry in the Pacific Palisades, it sparked a wave of criticism and even misinformation.
Because Karen Bass didn't fill the reservoirs. So all the fire reservoirs were not, so the fire trucks are there, they couldn't pump water.
They cut the water off.
They don't have water.
Surveys show LA did have water, but amid widespread frustration and a report that a local reservoir in the Palisades was offline and empty due to repairs, California Governor Gavin Newsom issued a review of Los Angeles water and power. Here's how the water supply system works and what we know about why hydrants ran out of water at the
assuming Palisades air attack.
Palisades air attack. LA copies V1.
Hold on. Turn that down.
Height of the Palisades fire. About 2/3 of LA County's water comes from sources outside of LA. And because LA is surrounded by mountains and hills, much of that water has to be pushed up to higher elevations.
Wow.
Well, water is heavy, relatively speaking, and so it takes energy to pump it upstream.
Eric Porce, director of the California Institute for Water Resources, says you can think of the system sort of like a tree with interconnected branches. There are big trunk mains that move water from a source, like a water treatment plant or a reservoir, and carry it to smaller distribution mains, which split off from the trunk. From there, the water is moved through even smaller pipes or lateral lines that carry water to homes, businesses, and fire hydrants. In some areas, tanks and reservoirs are placed throughout the system to help maintain pressure, because pressure is what pushes water into all of the nodes. But during the LA wildfires, officials said intense demand overwhelmed the system, which drained several tanks and meant that there wasn't enough pressure to push water to hydrants up in the Palisades.
So I want to make sure that you understand there's water in the drum line that just cannot get off the hill because we cannot fill it tank fast enough.
Officials say there wasn't a lack of water in LA, and data shows that major California reservoirs were at or above historic averages when the fires broke out. But in a letter to LA officials, Newsom called the ongoing reports of the loss of water pressure to some local hydrants during the fires and the reported unavailability of water supplies from the Santa Ynez Reservoir deeply troubling. However, a former city official told the LA Times that given the severity of the fires, the area still would have experienced serious drops in pressure even with that reservoir.
Those distribution systems aren't really designed to manage wildfire, especially wildfire that was spreading at this rate.
Meanwhile, state officials are pushing back against claims that environmental policies caused LA to have water problems, as some blamed Newsom and the state's efforts to protect species like the Delta smeltfish by restricting the flow flow of some water to Southern California.
You're just letting water run into the Pacific because of what, a fish that no one's heard of? Does anybody care about the smelt fish?
Incoming President Trump posted he wanted to protect an essentially worthless
Same place that had to pay nearly $1 billion for lying.
fish called a smelt by giving it less water. It didn't work, but didn't care about the people of California. Now the ultimate price is being paid.
So what's happened is a tragedy, and the governor has not done a good job.
What do you say to the criticism that the state has mismanaged water supplies?
I think the facts speak for themselves. The fact that there is water in reservoirs beyond what is average, traditional.
They're eating the smelt.
For this time of year means that we are moving water when it is available. And I want to be very, very clear. The way that we are moving water and have been moving water and conditions that we're seeing in Southern California around access to that water, it has nothing to do with protected fish species under the law.
Carla Namath and other California officials say one of the biggest issues was actually wind.
The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident.
Is there anything California or LA officials could have done better to mitigate the threat of these fires?
There will be lots of opportunity after this event to understand what happened. And we will learn from that, and especially in the context of climate, and we will adjust and move forward. I think it's really important for folks to understand that a fire suppression strategy for a wildland fire is not dealt with localized community fire hydrants. It's just not the right scale.
Well, now the question is, what could, what could be changed in the future, or how can that be so that this could never happen again? What needs to change? All right, still looking at where the helicopters are and their patterns. Let's do a full status report on the situation. Let me refresh here. I don't think it's changed. Let's see, refresh, map open. Palisades fire, 23,713 acres. Let me pull this back open. 713 acres, 74,117 acres for the Eaton fire, and the Hurst fire is at nearly 800 acres. The Hurst fire is nearly 90% contained. The Eaton fire is at 27% contained, and the Palisades fire is at 11% containment now at this time. And we're looking at, I don't see any new warnings. Let me check the Watch Duty app. See any new information? Let me check Palisades fire. We just watched the press conference. They're having a virtual town hall in Altadena. The evacuation order for zone has been reduced to warning. So warning zone, which one is this? Los Q0779. It's probably right along the, is it along the 405? I wish it would, it's by code, but the codes are tough to find where they're at. I think that's this part here. I think that's this warning zone just to the north of where the hills end. What part would this be? The Bramer Country Club? I think that's this, where the Encino Reservoir is. I think it's this new section here. Maybe I'll new full screen for the evacuation warning zone. I believe that's all that's changed. But even though, like, warnings are still, I wouldn't feel safe returning to a warning zone personally, especially tonight with the winds expected to pick up. Do we have any live? Is there any live? Anyone in the air? Let me check. So we only have 3 fires right now, with the Hurst fire going to be finished. I'm not seeing any other fires in the sky or any other cameras in the sky looking at the fire. It's just this Fox one. Well, and me and us here, but all we're doing to track it really is listening to the scanner. I don't have any video feed. That's worth it. That's worth showing it to you. Let me check. Let me see about the fire girl. Who is that fire photo girl? See if she has any clips out there. 21 hours ago. That's kind of old news now. But.
Here we are at the Pacific Palisades fire. We're on day 5. You can hear the air assets up above. The wind is kicking up. We had a significant flare-up near Mandeville Canyon last night. It was a concern. The Operations Section Chief O'Gorman took several engines that were on the west side, and he brought them.
Palisades operations, air attack on V1. How do you copy?
Mandeville Canyon. That's 10 engines and 2 chiefs last night.
And that's what we watched yesterday, the air attack in Mandeville Canyon. So nothing new from her, really. See how Leah's out there.
Operations, air attack on V1. How do you copy?
Nothing new there either.
Go for operations.
Yes, sir. Currently on station again. I'll be here for about 60 minutes. Right now I got 2 working helicopters. No smokes to be found. If you concur, once they're bingo fuel, I'm going to put them down on the helibase. I'm just going to monitor. I want to know what your wishes are for tomorrow's airline resource order.
Look at the California National Guard.
Well, we want to still keep a pretty robust plan here just because of the wind event that will be coming for 3 days. We know we got to be versatile just in case we have any new starts to loan them out to keep the new starts small, but we probably should still keep some aircraft on station.
Talking about the winds, getting ready.
How about 1 air attack over the fire at 08? Then I can pull helicopters off the helibase. You want 3 Type 1 LATs assigned?
They're planning an air attack for.
I'll get back to you on this. I'll talk to Air Ops and see what his plan is. I don't want to step on any toes, and we'll get back to you.
Excellent. Let me know your wishes, his wishes for tomorrow, and I can push the order, or he can do it. Thank you. And you do concur if I put these helicopters down for fuel right now, I'm going to be solo just monitoring the fire.
Yeah, copy that. Just confirming you've done full orbit, and you don't see any smoke that needs air support, correct?
That is correct. Full 2 laps around the fire, smoke not to be found.
He's in this helicopter right here. There's his laps. He's not finding any smoke. Really good news, especially ahead of the winds, but they're preparing, right? So they're getting their air assets down to refuel, but also prepare for in case for tomorrow or in case for the next day. And this is the helicopter you just heard him from. He just did 2 laps around it, and that's exactly what he's done. He's literally gone all around. I've not even seen any other helicopters in the sky. Well, chat, I think that might be a signal. It's a good time to break and then be ready for any future breaking news for later. I want to see this quick happening now. Your CalGuard helicopters are in the fight. These air assets are dropping water. Dope. Cal National Guard.
Palisades air attack, air operations, I'll come in. Air operations, go for air attack, I'll come in.
Pretty cool video there.
Your recommendation on early up aircraft for tomorrow?
See what he says.
I'd say put 1 air attack over the fire 08 just to get a good eyes on it. I'd put 3 LATs, assign them ready to fly at 08. I think that'll suffice. I don't really see anything. If you don't want 3 LATs, maybe do 3 S2s.
They're planning which ones to use.
Air ops, copy. Just as long as those aircraft are at the bases ready to fly at 08 when I get out here, if I need them, I can pull them.
The bucket's still there, yep.
Air ops, copy.
08.
Last thing real quick while I got you, you can even get Helco up at 0730 over the fire before I get here, and he can take a peek.
That's 7:30 in the morning. 08 is 8 in the morning. So we'll talk about tomorrow morning.
Air operations, I copy. We'll plan for that. Additionally, can you give an update and assessment to see if it would be beneficial to back up the retardant in Division Zulu with the MRB? I think Zulu's completely taken care of and pretty thick. I can get that 2,000 gallons out tomorrow morning with a bucket if you want, just to get rid of it, but no need right now.
Again, copy, thank you.
And then one more item is nighttime flying aircraft. What are your wishes for nighttime? I don't really see a need unless they're just going to come out to recon it.
We're planning all this tomorrow right now.
I copy. We'll get them briefed and ready, and we'll coordinate coverage with the Hell Coast to keep an eye on it.
I'm going to stay on station till 16:45, and then all aircraft daytime will be off your fire. I'll come up on frequency for that.
They're off, copy.
All right, as you guys can hear, they're planning for tomorrow morning. He just said himself, I've done a couple of passes. I'm not even seeing smoke right now. So for the breaking news part, I think at least for now, we can call the breaking news complete, at least for now. We'll see how the winds come. We'll see what happens tonight. If the winds increase, but no sense in holding breaking news when it sounds like it's in a good place right now. Again, the fire is still long over in terms of containment because there's still hot spots where we at. But I don't have anything more for you guys right now. I mean, I don't have any more information. It's still the same for 11% containment. Palisades fire 23,713 acres at 11% containment. The Eaton fires at 14,117 acres, which is at 27% containment, and the Hurst fires at 89%. So if anything, I think maybe
Palisades Communications LA V11 Able.
The next few streams, if they're not breaking, they'll just be kind of review of like what's happening.
Palisades Communications reports of smoke near the area of Topanga and Greenleaf Canyon Road.
Okay, so we'll check in with that, you guys. We'll check in with it at least, definitely tomorrow, and see what it's looking like. My Ukraine update tomorrow. So we'll do a Ukraine update tonight. I'm going to be on my gaming channel if you guys want to come and hang out some more. If you want to hang out, it's Mercado Gaming. It's the same name as this channel, but except for media, it's gaming at the end. We had a great Civilization stream yesterday. That's what I scheduled, and we were playing. I'm going to play a game called Manor Lords today. It's chill. Yeah, I'm gonna stream tomorrow night too for the Vikings game. A reaction stream, but that's on my gaming channel. So I'm gonna react to the Vikings Rams game on this here on my gaming channel. So you might as well subscribe now. But I'll be over here on my gaming channel streaming Manor Lords, which is a great game. We're gonna build a city and build a old city, and there's some updates to it, and it's gonna be great. So I hope to see you guys over there, Mercado Gaming. I'll put the link in the chat, but I'll redirect everybody over there anyways, over to the, we'll cover Biden's last speech in a separate stream, probably my Ukraine update. I'll play it there. I don't need to cover it live. All right, you guys, thank you again so much. You were a great audience here on Mercado Media for the fire coverage. We'll catch up with it. We'll see where it's at, but right now it seems like it's in a good place. It's in a good spot. The firefighters wrapped up a lot of their aerial attack on it right now. We'll see what happens with the winds, of course. We'll see. I'll be on my gaming channel, so if something flares up or if a brand new fire breaks out and the winds are bad or whatever, I'm available, and I'll come back. We'll cut back in if there's any other breaking news to cover with it. But thank you again, everybody. Welcome to all the new subscribers we have on the channel. You guys are amazing. I hope you do stick around, hit that subscribe button, notification bell, turn it on, and come and hang out with us on my gaming channel for a while. It's a 420 friendly gaming channel. So come on over and hang out for a bit. Thank you guys again so much for tuning in, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care.
Is that your car?
Division Charlie, 40 Alpha on command. Yeah, go ahead, 40 Alpha. Only 1,000 feet of 1 inch and no T's or nozzles at that drop point for this.
All right, that's all right. We'll check it.